is to produce statisticians able to work in the new digital environment. In conclusion, once again, I'd like to emphasize gratitude to our Swiss colleagues. Thank you for supporting us in delivery of this event. And, this global initiative sponsored by the UN has made statistics more visible and has made all statisticians more important. I'm confident that this conference will serve as yet another important step towards Bern, and I wish us all fruitful and successful work. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Pavel. Now let's move on. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Director General of the Swiss Federal Statistical Office, Mr. George Simon Ulrich. Mr. Ulrich, over to you.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues in Russia, dear colleagues from all around the world. It is a really great pleasure to stand here with you in Moscow for this conference in the framework of the Road to Bern. When I came here, I've seen the silhouette of Bern, as you can see everywhere. I thought it's like coming home. As you know, Switzerland and the United Nations are co-organizing the third edition of the United National World Data Forum, and that will take place in a bit more than 3 weeks in Bern. And all of us are able to join because it's also online. I mean, we are there in a hybrid form, so you can be there physically or participating online. I know some of you will be there in person. That's really fantastic. As host of the forum, we decided to have a strong focus on sustainability than it had been in the past, both in terms of the conference logistics, but also for its outcomes. To achieve this, we were convinced that discussion with all stakeholders has to be shared before the forum. So this is how the Road to Bern concept was born. It cannot be that it's just one event, everybody's coming there, and everybody's going home and nothing happened before or after that. So that's why the Road to Bern is a possibility we have to make data, statistics visible to the world. The Road to Bern has two main goals. First, to support the exchange on topics that will be discussed at the forum, and B, to support the implementation of the 2030 agenda also in Switzerland. Since January 2020, we have been covering topics like trust in data, digitalization, gender statistics, financing data for development, or social accountability all over the world, with events in New York, Bangkok, Bogota, Bamako, to name a few, and of course also today here in Moscow. Today marks our 57th event on the Road to Bern, with 5 more to come before the meet in Bern. And I'm delighted that we can continue with the conversation in Moscow with only 23 days left before the forum starts. Switzerland and Russia have maintained diplomatic relations for over 200 years. Cooperation between our two states have become even closer since the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding in 2007. Economic cooperation, education, and innovation are key aspects of our partnership, but also statistics. In March of this year, we advocated during the UN Statistical Commission for more funding for data and statistics. And we meet today, as we will during this forum, to discuss the new role of National Statistical Office as well as new data sources. Actually, I mean, in statistics, we are always looking for how is the reality, and we try to have a model out of it to show the statistics how the reality is. And that's why we always used to it to change statistics from time to time, that we are able to show how the things really are. We hope that overall the discussion during the Road to Bern events lead to clear commitments and recommendations that can be agreed upon at the forum to have a data compact that supports the decade of action as the final outcome document. The forum will bring together data users and data producers to fulfill the data demands of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Indeed, there must be a high quality, accessible, timely and reliable data to assess the situation. To achieve this, we need to work hand in hand and ensure no one left behind. As such, representatives of the economy, science, media, the NGOs, as well as national statistical offices and other administrations will meet on this occasion. We need all these stakeholders involved and representatives from all the regions of the world to build strong partnerships and get more and better data. The forum in itself tries to be as inclusive as possible. For instance, we have organized translation in sign language, and the forum is held in a hybrid form and will allow larger participation. Furthermore, our sustainability concept guided us in reducing the impact of the conference with a focus on environmental aspects. Measures to reduce CO2 emissions, waste, and water consumption are at the core of this concept. The two other dimensions, like social and economic, are also respected. In-person registration for the forum is unfortunately already closed, but I'm happy to invite you to join us online for those who haven't registered up to now. The online registration will start on the 13th of September, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Finally, the road to Bern should not stop with the forum. We wish to maintain this visibility and momentum for the SDGs. And of course, it will take new forms, a new name, which we will be happy to discuss further with the United Nations Statistical Division and the next host of the forum. The next host of the forum will be announced at the forum in October, somewhere in between the 3rd and 6th of October. In the meantime, do not forget to follow the Road to Bern on Twitter or Facebook to get all the latest information on our conference and the forum. So I thank you all that I can be here, and thank you all for your working together. We do hear something that will have a huge effect in the future, and it's on us what we do out of that. So thank you very much for this.
Mr. Ulrich, thank you so much. We have with us Stefan Schweinfurst, Director of the United Nations Statistics Division. Well, unfortunately, he failed to come in person, but he sent his video. Let's hear what he has to say.
Dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure for me to address you today from the United Nations headquarters in New York. As you know, we are busy making the final preparations for our third United Nations World Data Forum to be held in Bern, Switzerland, between 3 and 6 October 2021. I am proud that we are able to convene this important forum, especially at a time when there is so much expectation on the global data and statistical community. Thanks to the hard work and concerted planning of our gracious hosts, the Swiss government and the Federal Statistical Office, I'm confident we can hold this event in a safe and secure manner, mitigating the ongoing risks related to the COVID-19 virus, while allowing for a wide and diverse participation. And much appreciation goes to the forum's hard-working program committee and the high-level group for partnership, coordination and capacity building for statistics for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, who have prepared a very engaging program. The forum represents an opportunity for many of you to present or hear about the incredible ongoing work to produce the data solutions to support the response and recovery from the pandemic and to get us back on track to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We are now more than 1/3 into our way to meet the SDGs by 2030. Yet, the report we released in July this year tells us that the news is not good. Even before the pandemic, the world was not on track to meet the goals. And now COVID-19 is having catastrophic impacts, and in many cases turning back the progress that many have worked so hard to achieve. To turn this around, timely and disaggregated data and statistics are vital. The United Nations Statistics Division has taken a proactive approach to monitoring the pandemic's effect on statistical operations across the world in an effort to provide the necessary support to statistical systems in these unprecedented circumstances. We worked in close collaboration with the Development Data Group of the World Bank and with the statistics divisions of the 5 United Nations regional commissions to conduct 4 rounds of the COVID-19 survey of national statistical offices between May 2020 to May 2021. The surveys revealed the tremendous impact the COVID-19 pandemic had on all statistical operations. The survey also revealed that some national statistical offices were able to rise to the challenge and adopt innovative solutions in response to the new data demands of the pandemic. However, the surveys mostly showed that many countries were being left behind because of lack of resources and decreasing international support, which is urgently needed to ensure even the continuity of basic statistical operations. As a result, we have now intensified our cooperation with our partners to focus on better financing of data and statistics in line with our Cape Town Global Action Plan, which was agreed at the first United Nations World Data Forum in January 2017. Of course, one of the big lessons of the pandemic was the movement of events online. And this year's forum will be no exception. Building on the success and experience of our 2020 virtual forum, some sessions of the program remain virtual, but the majority will be conducted in a hybrid format, with speakers both in person and online. All sessions will be broadcast through an event platform, just like the 2020 virtual forum. For those unable to travel, you may wish to join a local forum meetup to bring together the data community within your local area to connect and watch the forum proceedings. 70+ sessions and over 400 speakers. You will have quite something to look forward to. I will be very happy to see many of you at our United Nations World Data Forum.
Well, dear friends, we've just heard from Stefan Schweinfust, Director of the United Nations Statistics Division. Indeed, the forum has impacted many areas of our life. The same applies to the pandemic crisis, and it forced many of us to communicate online, including those who were reluctant to do so. So this mixed or hybrid format mentioned by Mr. Schweinfust is likely to stay with us. And proof to this is the next speaker, Mr. Ricky Mung Hansen, Officer in Charge of Statistics Division.
Good morning and welcome on the road to Bern. It is my pleasure and privilege to join the road trip and address today's international conference with some thoughts on what makes a modern statistician. It was not difficult for me to choose this topic for my message. The people working in statistical organizations are the organization. They are the capacity, the resource to draw on to ensure relevant, useful statistical products and services. Transformation of statistical institutions, whether we discuss roles, values, new technology, methods, or new data sources, all must be embedded in the fabric of the institution, the modern statistician. Here is a group of contemporary statisticians from Asia and the Pacific. Contemporary, diverse, and happy, but are we also modern? Let's see what chief statisticians in Asia and the Pacific are saying about the modern statistician. The chief statisticians set out a vision for data and statistics for the 2030 agenda. The vision reads as follows. By 2030, national statistical systems are enabled and empowered to lead development and to deliver innovative, trusted, and timely products and services for urgently needed and evolving statistical requirements of Agenda 2030. They also said, to attain our collective vision, we need to take collective actions that will accelerate the needed transformation of the organization, processes, and people comprising national statistical systems. They outlined 5 areas for collective action. One of those 5 is having requisite skill sets. This is some of what they said about skills. Transforming institutions is transforming people. They also said, any organization is only as good as the people who work for it. And we need to diversify the traditional skill space in statistical organizations to include expertise on management, communication, coordination, ICT, and data science. Multidisciplinary expertise is added to the basket in recognition of current inability to produce statistics for integrated policy analysis. And finally, the implied human resources challenges of the 2030 agenda can only be sustainably addressed by national statistical systems that have evolved into learning organizations, fostering innovation and continuous modernization and transformation. So, according to the chief statisticians, the modern statistician benefits from working in a learning institution where intuition and creativity are valued as drivers for innovation. The modern statistician represents the capacity, core resource of the organization and is recognized and acknowledged for this. The organization invests in development and career opportunities. And what can we deduct from this in terms of the characteristics of these modern statisticians? You see one on the screen, a busy bee. If we look beyond statistical, numerical, and technical skills, the modern statistician has several key attributes. The modern statistician understands the context within which the organization operates, the policy, institutional, legislative environment, and the role data and statistics play in society, and the values and fundamental principles the organization is committed to uphold. The modern statistician reaches out to partners, data holders, users, partners with expertise that can be leveraged for statistical products and services. A lot of legwork to identify partners and identify win-win partnership arrangements. The modern statistician is professionally curious, in pursuit of new skills and knowledge to operate in a changing environment. The modern statistician works in several teams. Integrated statistics requires integrated statisticians. Thank you very much for your attention.
Let us give a round of applause to Madam Hansen. And now let's move to the offline mode. Let's hear from Mr. Tobias Privitelli. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for hosting us today. A warm welcome from the Swiss Embassy in Moscow. Thank you, Director General Malkov and your team for organizing this excellent event. I will start with the following. In 2030, the member states of the UN will come together in New York and will take stock of the achievements of the 2030 agenda. And as a diplomat, I can already imagine the beautiful language they will use to describe the achievements and in particular what they did not yet achieve. But if we want to prevent this discussion from being vague and superficial, we need statistics, we need we need numbers, statistics, benchmarks. I'm therefore very pleased that we were able to organize together with our Russian partners and the UN this event, Road to Bern event leading up to the World Data Forum, which takes place, to my great pleasure, in my hometown, Bern. Switzerland is, as you know, a very active supporter of the 2030 agenda, and the fact that we're hosting the World Data Forum is a proof of this support. Switzerland has already twice presented a voluntary national review in New York, and we will present another one next year. We also follow closely Russia's report given last year to the high-level political forum, and we note with great pleasure that the question of sustainability has become very important in Russia. Of course, we will need statistical data if we want to take stock of our SDG achievements, and the World Data Forum will help us to improve the quality, the cooperation, and of course also ensure the quantity of data. It will be, as Director General Ulrich said, a platform where data producers and users can meet. I very much hope that the Bern Forum will be held in a visionary and open spirit, as it is expressed by the building we're in, constructed by Swiss architect Le Corbusier. I will end by thanking Director General Malkov and his team. He took up the idea to organize the event in Russia very, very quickly and with enthusiasm. And I would like to thank Georges Simon Ulrich from the Federal Statistical Office for being here with his colleague and for making his first trip to Russia at this point. Thanks to our UN partner, the World Bank, UNEC, the UN Statistics Division, and all those who contributed. And finally, I would like to pass the best wishes of our ambassador, Christina Marti-Lang, who would have loved to join, but is currently in Siberia and might join a bit later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I saw Mr. Seligman trying to get connected. So in fact, I want to invite him. Mr. Bruno Seligman, the World Bank Country Director and President Representative for Russia. Right now, can you hear us? If yes, please, over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, very good morning to all of you. Very pleased to welcome you to today's event, together with our partners from the Swiss Federation, the United Nations Statistical Division, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and all the other partners, starting, of course, with Rosstat. I would like to really thank our host, Rosstat, and General Director Malkov for really bringing us together today and showing leadership to discuss this very critical regional and global priority of data and statistics as part of our lead up to the upcoming UN World Data Forum in Bern. Look, today's discussion is occurring against a very sobering global backdrop. The pandemic rages, fourth waves are happening, variants are developing around the world, uncertain recovery on the economic front, and of course, the pandemic has exacerbated some of the challenges that pre-existed, including global inequality. But in particular, it's exacerbated the challenges associated with the production, the analysis, and the use of core statistics. And so the data gaps and the capacity constraints that come from this are really quite significant. If we step back a little bit, though, the current discussion is also happening against the backdrop of a broader or long-term data revolution, characterized by the exponential explosion in the production and the use of data, public sector data, private sector data, all sorts of data. You know, the 21st century is obviously going to be the century of data. In the recent World Development Report for 2021 called Data for Better Lives, we've tried to tease out what is the impact of this explosion in data on our shared development objectives, the Sustainable Development Goals, you know, the objective for everyone living on this planet to live a meaningful life out of poverty, and for our planet itself to have a sustainable future. Well, the conclusion is that the outcome of that data revolution is actually ambivalent. Greater data can mean greater transparency, greater accountability, but it also allows cybercriminality to flourish and the dark web to exist. More data on individuals can lead to better policy making, to more targeted service delivery, great, but also to political surveillance and to an infringement on freedoms. And more data also means increased business opportunities, amazing creativity in the private sector, but it can also come at the price of market concentration and discrimination. So we need to address the challenges associated with data in order for the opportunities to translate into better development outcomes. That means a new social contract for data, one based on value from data, based on trust in data, and based on equity in access to data. So at the World Bank Group, we are very determined to contribute to the design and the development and the implementation of this new social contract. We do this in three big ways. One, by supporting national statistical organizations and agencies through our operational portfolio, modernizing agencies, developing the uptake of digital technologies for surveys and censuses, strengthening capacity, 21st century tools and methods, learning from the pandemic to anticipate needs and better prepare for them, collaborating with partners more effectively, including the private sector on the big data agenda like Rosstat is doing, and putting a broader range of data to work for social and economic development priorities. That's the first direction, it's a critical one. But then second, we need to work with others, and that's why we've launched the Development Data Partnership to facilitate access to private sector data and analysis to augment World Bank research, to generate new insights, projects, to track progress, to impact more effectively by integrating public and private sector data. So we're working with a range of private sector companies, from LinkedIn to mobile phone companies, all sorts of partners around the world, to have a greater range of data sets available to derive insights from and to help lead better lives. The third and final way in which we are doing this and making our contribution is by launching the Global Data Facility. This is a new World Bank Rosstat fund to support data and statistics priorities at the global, at the regional, at the national, even at the community level. It's designed to enable exponential improvements in human capacity for data collection, for data management, for data governance, for analysis, for sharing, for use and reuse, and at the end of the day, for transformational social and economic development. It will channel support to a range of actions, from capacity development to national statistics organization, to supporting the continuing COVID response and related economic recovery efforts, and to meeting demand to strengthen the efforts to monitor and mitigate climate change, which is certainly one of the biggest challenges of our lives. So we are extremely grateful to current and future partners who are working with us on this.
The World Bank has a long-standing relationship with Rosstat.
Ours is an important and constructive collaboration, and we are keen to continue to work together to strengthen our statistical systems, human capital, and use of data and statistics for transformational development. Rosstat is known for piloting and experimenting with new data sources and developing key knowledge and skills. In coordination with our internal and external partners, I look forward to our further work together to share knowledge, develop innovative approaches and modern statistical practices, conduct training and educational programs through the Centrostat Knowledge Hub, and to support development data priorities across regions. I hope you have a very fruitful and constructive discussion today.
And again, thank you very much to Rosstat and all our partners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seligman. Thank you for giving us the last part in Russian. That brings us to the end of the first introductory part of the conference. Thank you to Mr. Malkov, thank you to Mr. Uri, thank you to Mr. Privatelli, and to all those who joined us online. Now we're going to have a short coffee break, and we will continue in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Так, ну что ж. Мария, вы все начнем.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, let's start. A few minutes ago we had the introductory part, and now we are starting the first session of our international conference, Road to Bern. What do data users want? User-driven statistics. As a user of statistics, I'm a reporter. I am very interested in the topic of this session. The moderator of this session is someone who does not need an introduction, Maria Shkolaruk. She is the General Director of the Center for Advanced Management Solutions. Let me tell you who we have on the panel, and then I will pass it over to Maria. We have the Chairman of Greek Statistical Service, Mr. Stanopoulos, and Yandex Data Links, head of the project, Pavel Dubinin. He will be joining us online. He will be joining us online. Also, we are going to have Ina Medvedeva from the Statistical Committee of Belarus and head of Partnership for Development of Statistics, Johannes Jutting, Executive Director, Partnership for Statistics for Development. Maria, now it's over to you. Thank you very much. I see that the mics are being turned on automatically. I'm very happy to see all of you, and we are starting a very interesting discussion that brings together statistics and data that business organizations have. We live at a very interesting time. There's more and more data every day, and we see that statistical organizations, they lose monopoly on production of data. We see that NGOs, large IT companies, large ecosystems take a leading role. Users today see a completely different amount of data. They can find data in different places, and they have a greater requirements for data. Official statistics is now viewed by general public as something that should always be available online in a streaming mode. People are used to living with a different speed, with a different level of data availability. People expect that statistics should be up-to-date, more detailed, and they should be able to make forecasts. Predictive modeling is a very popular thing today. So let us take a look at the user's expectations and what it does to change statistics. We are going to start with a video. We hope that it works fine. We are going to ask the sound engineers to now play this video that will be by Mr. Haishan Fu, the director at Data Development Group in World Bank. And also get your smartphones ready because we are going to have a vote later on. Now we should have the video. This is like in a sci-fi movie when somebody talks to artificial intelligence without seeing that source of intelligence. We need the sound. It would be great to have the sound. Maybe the sound is in a different channel. We are not hearing anything right now.
Коллеги, давайте наладим звук,
as the
пожалуйста.
first of its 5 pillars.
Спасибо.
We're having this important setting
Мы
aspect.
обсуждаем эту
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to join you all from Washington, D.C. and share a few brief remarks to help open the first panel discussion on the important topic of what do data users want. I'm excited to see that this conference starts with discussions on user-driven statistics. We all know that data and statistics only have value when they're used for the right purposes. This is why the World Bank's new statistical performance indicators that monitor progress in national statistical systems launched early this year, along with the 2021 World Development Report Data for Better Lives, is built on a forward-looking framework with data use as the first of its 5 pillars. We're having this important discussion right as the world is living through a time of global pandemic with unprecedented impact on all fronts of our lives, setting us back on achieving the SDGs. But amongst all the many uncertainties, one thing the ongoing crisis has made very clear is that data are an integral part of our response, recovery, and rebuilding effort. Decisions and actions are inevitably guided by insights from 3 types of data. Data for monitoring and reporting on trends and disruptions, data for informing strategic prioritization, designing specific programs, and assessing the effectiveness of policy measures to save lives and support livelihood, and data for targeting localized and individualized actions to reach those who are most in need. So the data users' needs are increasingly expanding in scope, getting more granular, and becoming more personal and more in real time. So in this fast evolving data landscape, when the potential to make private sector generated data work for social good is being explored, there's no doubt that public intent data produced by official statistical community remain the bedrock of any national data and statistical systems. So when I think about what user-driven statistics means in the current context, 3 considerations immediately came to my mind, which are challenges I believe will continue to anchor how we transform and improve the way we do official statistics in response to what users want. First, preserving trust while balancing quality and speed. Responsible users are seeking data and statistics they could trust. The value and impact of official statistics hinges upon the trust they could inspire in users. The credibility of statistics is based on its quality and adherence to the fundamental principles of official statistics. In a world that is inundated with information and fake news, trusted official statistics must serve as the guiding light. Of course, quality assurance is usually a time-consuming endeavor, and official statistics often comes out with a significant time lag. Policy decisions may therefore be driven by anecdotal evidence that is available at the spur of the moment, especially if decisions need to be made quickly. So as users increasingly want their data to be on demand and actionable, we must learn to break the tension between quality and speed. This will require us to modernize our systems and practices. It also demands an open mind and new capacity to innovate. It is really heartening to see that many NSOs have worked hard this last year, overcoming the disruptions caused by the lockdowns and adopting quickly mobile and web surveys, for example, to produce rapid assessment of the socio-economic impact of the pandemic. This is the hope that we have that how we can move forward with great stride. Second, enhancing data value through increased accessibility and usability. Modern data users want access to the right data at the right time in the right form. We therefore must promote the use of data by improving their usability, discoverability, and accessibility. The 2021 World Development Report rightfully pointed out that in a data-deprived environment, international assistance provided to statistics and data systems in low-income countries has in the past focused mainly on production of data. Less attention has been paid to enabling and promoting the access to and use of this data. So despite the open data movement over the last decade or two, we continue to face unmet user need for data that exist, and data sets of multiple sources and types remain locked or underexploited. This is a critical time for us to work collectively to develop the necessary standards and tools and technical capacity among statisticians to improve the discoverability, accessibility, and usability of official statistics, so data can be used and reused for multiple purposes, meeting expanding user needs, thereby increasing the value of official statistics. We also need to help build greater data literacy among data users. This is one of the priorities that will be supported by the new World Bank Global Data Facility, a financial mechanism to pool donor resources to support the implementation of the Cape Town Global Action Plan in collaboration with the UN Statistics Division, Paris 21, and Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data to serve the broader needs. The third point is about building public-private partnership through collaborative innovation. Here, please allow me to digress a little bit. Some 10 years ago, I was on a panel at an OECD regional forum on statistics and development in Tokyo. That's when the data needs for what later became the SDG agenda were discussed. One chief statistician from the region asked the panel, how do we respond to the increasing data demand while our budget is declining and our capacity is limited? I remember I had to think quick on my feet and responded by saying that while NSO will continue to perform core functions no one else could replace, the answer is not in the endless expansion of NSOs or NSS, but in building new partnership between the public and private sector. Indeed, today's users need data that address complex issues from poverty to food security to gender discrimination, forced displacement to climate change. They want data that take advantage of the latest in technology, be it AI, satellite imagery, sensors, and other types of data that either on its own or integrate together help us learn about the world in a more granular and timely way. And much of this data are being generated through the public sector's business processes. This vast range of development data need could only be met by an integrated national statistical systems as envisioned in the World Development Report, Data for Better Lives. This integrated national data system will bring together all data actors, while NSOs and other government agencies provide foundational data for development, while public and private intent data combined could yield enormous development insight and impact. Actually, knowingly or unknowingly, we are all moving towards such an integrated data system while finding our way through the exciting opportunities and daunting risks. This is why at the World Bank, we have joined forces with other leading international institutions to form a development data partnership with over 25 private companies based on harmonized legal agreement and secure IT platforms to enable users to put private sector data to work to solve problems on everything from public transportation to citizens' access to services. This is a very exciting experimentation, and we want to share our lessons learned with others and also with national statistical systems in order to really tap into the potential of such partnership. But this is also why in the WDR on Data for Better Lives, we called for building global consensus urgently over data governance in order to manage the privacy and ethical risks associated with data use in this datafied world. So with this, let me thank you, and I look forward to learning more from our discussions today. Bye.
Thank you very much. I guess now we should take a vote. Please get your smartphones in your hands, and we are going to offer you a few questions. I hope we can make this more interactive. Can we do the voting session right now? I think you are in control. So you should go to 3W and enter a code that you can see at the top of this chart. Go to menti.com and enter 43241640. The question is, what is the most important parameter that Russian statistical data should have today? We are all using statistics. Some of us may be internal users, but anyway, let us take a look. Do we have consensus amongst the audience? What are the expectations? While you are thinking and making your choice, I would like to share something with you. The existing data may not be used fully or may simply be unavailable to people. About 6 months ago, Rosstat and we were helping them made a big step forward. They brought together all demographic data over the last 30 years, and finally they converted this data into a machine-readable format. This is official formal data that is now available in one file. That is extremely convenient. This is the standard. This is what everybody expects from Rosstat. We have more than 50 people that have taken part in the voting. Now, let us look at some of the answers that we received. How exciting. What is the most important parameter? What is the most important property that data should have? Reliability, confidence, reliability, integrity, confidentiality, availability, timeliness. Well, reliability, timeliness, and confidentiality, those are top priorities. Has anyone included confidentiality in the room, in this audience? What exactly did you mean by that? We have a person with a mic.
Now, when you use this word, what did you actually mean by confidentiality? You know, when I used this term, I wanted to emphasize that we collect a lot of data, and obviously this data has to be preserved somehow and should be kept safe to prevent leaks. Well, good. So this is about data safety and security. Well, I see. And normally we would think about our personal data. Okay. Interesting responses. Reliability, integrity, timeliness, confidentiality, metadata. Okay. Perhaps I can ask to come up with some comments with respect to the answers received and to comment on the user expectations. I want to address this question to Pavel Dubinin, representing Yandex. Obviously, Yandex deals with a lot of users, and you guys possess a lot of data. So I think it would be exciting to hear from you what kind of stories you might share with respect to your users. And please comment on the answers we have received. Can you put my presentation on while you are doing this? Let me introduce myself. Indeed, I'm Pavel Dubinin. I'm responsible for a simple cloud instrument to visualize data available to anyone, from individuals to major corporations and government bodies. Well, the tech cloud is gone, but anyway, our tool is free. We have a lot of users, and we see that our users use open data. You know, the key problem they normally face is the mere fact that open data is available. You know, sometimes government agencies ask us to provide open data from other sources. You know, this is kind of strange. The availability of data is crucial, and this is something you mentioned in responding to the question. Look, we represent a tool. Therefore, I think it is important to provide not just data, but ensure accessibility of data and ability to analyze the data. This is something that the broad audience should be able to do. The topic today is what data users want. You know, I did my best to answer based on our experience, and I want to give 4 specific cases. You know, to respond to the question what users need, we have to understand who the users are. Now, we can split our users into 4 groups. First, enthusiasts, individuals, researchers, then small and medium businesses, then big business, and the government. Each group, each category would have its own needs and its own wannabes. Now, here is what I think the different groups would need. Individuals and researchers need usability and simplicity. You know, just like they use search engine of Yandex, and by one click they can get thousands of responses. That's the way they want to see when dealing with data. The data should be free. You know, this is something that goes without saying. And obviously, the data should be readily available. SMEs, well, these are more into commercialization. They need to expand. They need to develop. They need to make data-driven decisions. So they are into teamwork, including with the data. They have to be able to deal with heterogeneous data sources using the same tool. In terms of big business, well, obviously, they use colossal volumes of their own data, and they expect that open data would enrich their available data pools. And let me give you some examples of how this is done. And finally, when we have a lot of data, the data needs to be monetized. So the big business is not always willing to share their data free of charge. They want to get paid for that. And finally, the last category, the government or government agencies. And again, transparency, public engagement, openness of data and analysis are paramount. Just to link this to the first category of researchers and development drivers who stand behind the data use culture. Now, let me give you some specific examples or cases, as I mentioned. You know, when I mentioned enthusiasts, here is a story of a schoolboy from the city of Rostov-on-Don. He is a high school student. He collected some data from municipal websites reflecting academic performance of different schools to identify the best schools for students to study in. You know, the data was available in PDF format, very cumbersome, not user-friendly. So the boy transformed the data in a very user-friendly format. So this just proves my point. Analysis should be available, accessible, and easy to use. Now, the next case deals with the SMEs. A lawyer wanted to support the operation of its team, and he collects data on court litigations and cases. Well, obviously this information is available from open sources, but the information is normally tabulated, it's very hard to digest, and this guy used open data to present the data in an easy to understand format. And once again, I emphasize, this is a lawyer. He is not an analyst. He's not an IT geek. He's not a data cruncher. He's just a lawyer, and all he needs is just a useful and easy to use tool. Now, big business. And again, we should have been able to demonstrate a nice video, but somehow it failed. This is a big federal retail network. These are into expanding their network. They want to open up more offices across the country, and they collect data from both private and public sources. So once again, I wanted to show you a nice video demonstrating different layers for the city of Voronezh in terms of different data available. I mean, where in the city we have competition, where we have a concentration of households, where it would be advisable to open a new facility. But again, different sources, heterogeneous sources, are used to obtain this picture, including public sources. And finally, the last category, government bodies. Now, let me give you a story that we all got affected by, the government and the businesses, this country, and the world at large. I'm referring to the COVID situation. You know, again, I wanted to show you a video demonstrating how we at Yandex compiled data from the variety of sources, how we provided data on search history, on lockdown measures and lockdown rates and so on. But again, this is always available from our webpage. Now, based on our publications, many regions, many media, many for-profit entities developed their own analysis. So this is a real-life example of a region who used our data and augmented the data with their own data. I mean, number of beds, number of medical staff, this is the kind of information they based their decisions on. Now, retail networks based on such information were able to see how many people would be sick in a specific region and how this would affect their sales. You know, this is crucial for any user category, be it business or public, and this applies not only to this country but globally as well. Now, in conclusion, we have many users, different users, they all have different needs. Now, our key goal is to provide technology to offer user-friendly tools to all those categories. And we are to bring together all the stakeholders, users, producers, into one ecosystem. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pavel. Thank you. And now, I'd like to continue our discussion and give somewhat international flavor to it. We are supposed to hear from Ina Medvedeva from the National Statistics Committee of the Republic of Belarus. Well, yesterday, some 28 roadmaps were signed between Russia and Belarus. I don't know whether one of those roadmaps dealt with statistics, but let me ask you, Irina, what kind of challenges, what kind of issues you see in Belarus when you see interaction between users and producers? What kind of features that data should have? Ina, over to you. Hello. It's a pleasure to welcome all the participants. Distinguished colleagues, one of the key goals for any statistician is to furnish high-quality, reliable statistics and information to all categories of users. The key component in this exercise is to work with respondents. You know, one specific feature of statistics production in my country is widespread employment of ICT, all the way from data collection to data dissemination. We heard from Hai Shang-fu from the World Bank today, and in fact, her intervention fits well with the concept used by virtually all statistics agencies. Now, we are in an effort to ensure completeness and reliability of information. Now, we collect all the information in the e-format. This allows the users and respondents to provide information in a more complete, more reliable and timely manner. They all have their own individual kiosks. They can use the same controls as those used by the Statistics Committee. They can use logical controls, and this significantly improves the outcomes. Now, we also deal with new data sources. We introduce new technologies. This is another major area for us. We expand the use of administrative data, and this is a key area for us that all government statistics agencies deal with, and we are no exception. We reach out to the owners of administrative data. We've established 32 agreements on information interaction, and we identified specific indicators, specific databases that are used. And besides these agreements, also list the information categories and data categories that we, the Bell-Stat, are supposed to provide to our users. Now, another important entity to mention is Intergovernmental Committee on Statistics, comprising academics, NGOs, business community representatives. One of the key functions of this body is to consider specific requests for statistics, for data, and making decisions on whether developing such statistics would be advisable, depending on our workload. In addition to the use of administrative data, we also are in search of innovative approaches. Today, we look at inbound and outgoing tourism. We use big data for that. To support the implementation of SDGs, we use satellite imagery and other technology solutions. We use technologies to calculate CPI. We also try to expand the access to information for users. In the course of our analysis, the Bell-Stat produces over 850 materials and notes for to support the activity of our leadership. We annually publish on our website over 7,000 materials and notes describing the socioeconomic situation in this country. We also generate a lot of newsletters and various booklets. We use an interactive information and analytical system that comprises over 700 indicators dealing with socioeconomic, environmental conditions of this country. The demand for specialized data is met by us through developing thematic targeted resources. In order to consider the position of children and take respective measures, a special web portal was developed, providing access to more than 200 indicators. The key tool to ensure efficient interaction in supporting the SDG agenda is our national SDG accounting platform that comprises over 200 available indicators. Now, we support SDMX standard, which allows to upload the information in the format required by the UN. Now, we also came up with a web portal comprising gender statistics, comprising over 160 gender-related indicators. This month, we will be launching an updated database on two latest census exercises. We use a self-service approach to provide such information. Now, based on this data, users are able to perform their own analysis based on a variety of factors. We use machine-readable formats, modern visualization tools, and we enhance these with structured metadata. Besides, we have a number of sections on our website on population, on digital economy, on green growth, on decent labor, on sustainable energy. Now, such sections are also being introduced into the national analytical system. We launched a separate panel for green growth indicators. We use a special format to visualize our energy balance, comprising the features of expanded visualization and infographics, metadata, and information on energy use. The key channel for interacting with users is our website. We provide timely and efficient collaboration with other users. Well, last year we had about 3,000 unique users who accessed our website. This also helps to reach out to other categories of users. There is yet another area of our engagement, and that is interaction with the media. Our statisticians in Belarus pay a lot of attention to developing good relations with the media. And on many occasions, the media indicated that Rosstat was perhaps the most transparent and the most open for cooperation among all other government entities. We've provided over 3,000 materials for the media, and we work with those guys 24/7. Now, Rosstat meets all the requests coming from the media, irrespective of whether the media outlet is private or public. The journalists use our information in their publications. We help eliminate errors and mistakes. We do journalists' education campaigns. We provide methodological underpinning to the data. We provide data in an easy-to-use and easy-to-understand format. We also target journalists who write on economic issues. In order to improve the statistical literacy, last year we launched a special workshop. And during this event, our staff explain in easy terms how data is developed, how it is to be interpreted in order not to commit mistakes. We also interact with the academia and with the international community. We are in close contacts with all Belarus universities and the academia. Researchers, scientists, professors, students are not only avid users of statistics, but also are reliable partners in developing various methodologies. Academics and scientists are members of our methodological council, intergovernmental council, and they contribute to our effort in various sectors. We also support interaction with international partners in the course of information exchange with our opposite numbers in other countries. Rosstat fills in about 100 various questionnaires in high demand for our statistics, is a proof of trust on behalf of international partners. Our staff are often invited by international colleagues to develop and implement pilot projects. We also try to improve trust and satisfaction of our users. For that, we use a special questionnaire. The questionnaire helps identify how often statistics is used and for what purpose. The questionnaire helps identify preferable ways to obtain information. The questionnaire also allows users to come up with their suggestions and ideas as to what kind of indicators to include and how to collect statistics better. Annually, the questionnaire covers about 1,000 respondents, and last year, in the course of the census, some 10,000 respondents provided the answers. We look at user needs. We hold roundtables, we establish hotlines, we meet face-to-face, we do web conferences to solicit feedback. All those events are advertised at our website. Our work is to provide users with all kinds of information, and one outcome of this effort is that in my country, all categories of population trust our data, and they use the data. And once again, it doesn't matter whether we talk about independent experts or international experts. They all use our data and trust our data. We're open to cooperation. We're open to collaboration. We are ready to listen and hear our users. I mean, they write to us and we respond. We provide support. As to the business community, we develop specific samples for our business community, and this is what our computer center is responsible for. This is an ongoing effort. This is a daily routine for us. Therefore, feedback is crucial. Now, our achievements to date are only a small part of the work we're supposed to do every day. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Ina. You touched upon many important issues. You know, you seem to have mentioned more than one half of the various needs that users might have. But you know, one of the most striking things I heard from you is your focus on administrative data on the platform whereby you provide this data, and also your emphasis on providing access to census data using microsamples. Well, obviously, this is very pertinent, and I'm confident that Rosstat will also join this suit very soon. Now, let me talk a bit about one of the most exciting groups for any statistician, and that is researchers and academics, something that Ina and Pavel mentioned. You know, everybody has to deal with this because one of the most demanding category is the one comprising universities, students, researchers, academics. You know, these users are keen to get data. And evidence-based policy is another area, although narrow, that requires data. This is something where they need data to see whether their decisions are optimal or the best possible, and this is the kind of work which is done together with Rosstat. Can you please launch my presentation? You know, greenish kind of presentation, please? I guess not. Here we go. Here is the presentation by Maria. Looks like your presentation. Yeah, it is green, exactly. You know, what is important is to provide an easy to understand instruction. Okay, now, This category of users, the research community and academic community, is very keen to get access to microdata, to administrative data. And this is where we see kind of a revolution. This is an aftermath of the revolution in science with respect to reliability. Outcomes of various research have to be replicated, and this is what we've seen in the medical science and other fields of science, so that, this is done in order for other teams to be able to prove and validate research outcomes. Now, we see that a lot of data currently are compiled, and public entities not always are ready to deal with the data. And, we know that governments have to act fast, whereas researchers and academics have the luxury of spending more time dealing with data. They can delve deeper into the available data. Now, researchers, experts, data analysts, data journalists, there are many, and they are very keen to get access to microdata. Now, we did an analysis. We looked at who uses microdata within the government, and this is the kind of matrix we came up with. Yeah, we see that sometimes observation units are greater than the data collection object. Sometimes the unit and the object are the same. This is where microdata are the most exciting. This applies mostly to primary data, to census data. Administrative microdata, another exciting component. However, despite the huge interest, there is an issue of confidentiality. Protecting personal data is key. It is necessary to anonymize the data. This is a pretty expensive and long exercise, but yet this is something that would help make this data available. And the idea here is to deal with microdata on unemployment beneficiaries. We dealt with the microdata with respect to sales of various goods and products, and this is something we do together with the Federal Tax Service, and in the run-up to the next census, together with Rosstat, we decided to analyze microdata for previous census projects. This would be in line with the state-of-the-art techniques and approaches. This is kind of a sandbox approach, but globally, statistical agencies are struggling with the dilemma. How to strike a balance between data security and data availability to researchers. Now, we looked at international experience, and here are three models that we've identified. First, is providing additional functionality to the public entity, providing immediate access. Then research data center approach, and we feel that this kind of partnership would be the best possible avenue for Russia. And finally, the most advanced yet the most challenging approach is to establish a research practice partnership, a huge network with universities, foundations, NGOs who would be using the data. Now, this is a most important step for Russia, and feel free to look at our reports. We brought together a number of copies of our reports where we describe all these approaches. Now, I guess the most exciting topic next year, and hopefully we'll meet again next year, would be as follows: whether Russia is able to make the next step to make data available at least to the research community.
One final point, while we are at it, I see somewhat of an issue in one area. there are a lot of supporters of the open data, and we should see more open data. Very many of my colleagues also talked about data security and data confidentiality, and that relates to the most interesting, most exciting data. There's a balance that most governments have to find. I think we are going to see a lot of developments with the greater use of artificial intelligence. We don't want the micro data that we have to be available to all. Let's see where Russia is going to end up. Next question that I want to address to Anastasios Tenopoulos. What do you do in Greece to provide different levels of access to different data? What does your statistical agency do to really be client-oriented?
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you, Maria, for taking a quick look in my slides before. I have to admit that it was only this morning that I forwarded my slides to the organizers, but I hope that I will compensate with the issues that with the questions actually that I'm gonna set in my presentation here. Again, thank you Rosstat for the thank you so much for the invitation here. For me, I'm very enthusiastic and thrilled to be here in the same building that I was 5 years ago. It's my second time in this building, but it's always a unique opportunity to be here again and again. Question here is, what do data users want? And I will start from that to analyze a little bit in terms of principles and take a step back and think about whether we, at the producer side, we are geared or we're hardwired to produce what we call relevant data, relevant statistical information. Relevant means somehow like useful. Okay, and this is what I copy from Principle 1 from the UN Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics, and then you can see very clearly that we know and we are aware that in a world of, I mean, even before the pandemic, okay, in a world of data revolution, as it was mentioned by many of you before, we are indeed hardwired to produce relevant and useful data for users. I mean, in addition to that, we stress the fact that that data doesn't only have to be relevant, but it also has to be produced in an impartial way, and we have to secure at the end of the day, we have to secure equal access for everyone. And that's the counterpart from the European Statistics Code of Practice, which is somehow the further elaboration of the UN principle of Official Statistic Principle 1. And this is Principle 11, as it's transposed to the European Statistics Code of Practice, says just simply that European statistics meet the needs of users. It's a principle of relevance. And then it talks about procedures that are in place to consult users. I'm talking about user councils in all countries that have to abide by the code, currently 31 countries. And private needs are being met and reflected in the work program and of the National Statistical Institution. And user satisfaction, of course, is monitored. We can think of in an era of an a surge in demand for data and for statistical information, we can think of several pitfalls that may arise because of the urgency and emergency of demand for new data and for new statistics. I mean, one simple thing that one can think of is, the level of quality checks that new statistics and new data could have passed before being released to the public. So I will only focus to 3 issues that are related to equal access itself, but also to comparability. So these are like 2 things that are very desirable in official statistics. Official statistics, in order to be useful, they have to be comparable. They have to be comparable across countries, okay, meaning using the same methodology across countries, but they also have to be comparable intertemporally. So what we're ready to give up in order to come up with comparable statistics? Or to reverse the question, what are we ready to give up in order to have relevance, to have useful statistics for a user at the time that they want it, no matter what they want? I mean, are we ready? Are we producers ready to do that? Should we do that? So let me just focus on some characteristics of users that may hinder a little bit our effort to provide readily and immediately the statistics and the data that they need. So users in different countries are influenced by different stimuli and thus may ask for sets of statistics geared to cater different needs and different mindsets. So we have, in principle, and we have above everything the notion of public interest, which is a fundamental concept that often drives priorities in official statistics. Even this very notion of public interest is not similar across different countries or across different regions of the globe. And sometimes, or very often, this notion of public interest drives the production and the prioritization of official statistics. In addition to that, we have professional biases. Different categories of professionals, like policymakers, academics, they have varying agendas in different countries, or even in the same country. You know, you have different sets of people, different groups of users that that push towards different demands towards the statistics office. Another issue could be that users sometimes exhibit a subjective, or you can call it a distorted sense of relevance, okay? The way they perceive what is relevant with regard to the need for uniformly serving the needs of society. I mean, the uniform serving of the needs of society is the priority of a national statistical office. That's what we should do. We should not prioritize different groups of users, okay? And sometimes users are driven by what features in the news, okay? Sometimes, currently we have several requests about climate-related or even healthcare and migration-related statistics, while several years ago we didn't have such requests. Or we had like a lower load of similar requests. Now, this is not necessarily bad, I want to say, but when we talk about official statistics, we need statistics that would not lose universal relevance as time goes by. So relevance is not a static concept. So relevance should be there and should somehow stay there intact as time goes by, intertemporally. Otherwise, I mean, we cannot just produce one year one set of statistics and the second year another set of statistics. I mean, a continuation of a statistical product is a very fundamental characteristic of a statistical product. Now, to go to the other also topic that I talked initially, having to do with equal access, certain user groups have more leverage in succeeding to have statistics of their own preference being prioritized over other user groups. This is something that hits the core of what a public good is, and what democratic societies should be about, and what could be the role of a statistics office in a democratic society. Meaning that, okay, official statistics are considered a public good, and so they suffer from all the drawbacks that public goods may suffer. And I understand that, given the scarcity of resources that that the National Statistical Office faces, the power that some user groups have to somehow to express their preference towards specific statistical products over others, may jeopardize our effort to secure equal access. And the result of that is that what we want to actually avoid. So the result of that is that certain groups, certain user groups are actually left behind. So they're not left behind in terms of their access to the final statistical product. They're left behind in terms of their ability to prioritize or to put in higher priority statistics that could be more relevant, could be preferable to them. So this is something that hits what I would call, there is some impaired impartiality, allow me this to say, but it's something that actually defeats the purpose to begin with, defeats the purpose of securing equal access, because equal access is eroded at the stage of development of statistics, not the stage of dissemination. Bottom line, so the main risks by elevating user satisfaction at any cost as the cornerstone of the production of official statistics is to have or to prefer local relevance, meaning local in terms of regions or in certain countries, to the detriment at the cost of global comparability, meaning like choosing statistics that are relevant for us, for example, for Greece, okay, but at the same time, the way that I try to cater, the needs of Greek users takes me away from being fully harmonized with what happens globally, okay? And then another trade-off is the spot, meaning time-wise with respect to the specific time relevance, to the detriment of intertemporal comparability, meaning choosing statistics that might be relevant and useful to users or attractive to users right now, but at the same time, being like useless 10 years later. And then, of course, we have what I mentioned in my previous slide. We have also issues of a violation of equal access to statistical information at the source, not at the level of dissemination, but at the level of development of a statistical product, okay? Meaning that relevance does not apply uniformly to all users. There are users that are being left behind. So these are my 3 issues that I wanted to put here. I didn't want to be extremely enthusiastic about issues. I just wanted to put, 3 problems that might arise in the data revolution when data revolution is combined with an emergency situation such as the pandemic, and we have this surge of demand that would challenge all national statistical offices to produce hard and fast and immediate statistical information. We have to realize that this is not always possible, and it is our work as producers to secure and to make sure that the relevant statistics are user-oriented statistics, are produced at the highest possible standards, and we don't make any discounts in quality. So thank you so much. Σας ευχαριστώ. Большое спасибо. And that was it.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your interesting video. Мы переходим к следующему нашему.
Now we switch to the next presenter, who is also going to join us online. Our partner in the field of development, Mr. Jutink, Johannes Jutink. To follow up on the previous presenter's topic, Johannes, can you hear us? Are you online? Please let me know that you are with us. So you deal with global stuff. I would like you to talk about some examples from world experience, something that would talk about the needs of the users and the capacities of the national statistics offices. What is the most relevant thing that you see today?
Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you today. Unfortunately, I can't join you in person, so I'm
We can hear you well.
income countries, in poor countries. So we help to produce more and better data in this kind of environment. Now, when I came to join Paris 21, I was coming really from the user side. And at that time, I felt that there was a huge gap between users of statistics and producers. So that even if you went to any type of conferences, there was the producers of statistics getting together, the close-knit community of national statistical offices, United Nations statistical commissions, the regional commissions, and many others. And then there were, and then there are still the, I would call it the policy communities. I have been working a lot in my, I'm an agricultural economist by training, so I went to a lot of agricultural economist sessions or health sessions. And it was already interesting to see that there was some 10, 15 years ago, not much overlap. The people, the users didn't care so much about how data was produced. They wanted to have the data, they wanted to use them, and that's it. They weren't really interested in how it is produced. They were looking a little bit like quality, if the source was more or less correct for the academic papers, but otherwise there was a huge gap between data users and data producers. Now, I believe this has changed fundamentally over the last decade. This has really changed. So the data users and data producers are coming more and more closer together. Sometimes it's even blurry. Can we still speak about, I mean, let me give you the example of a civil society organization that we are working in Kenya with a civil society organization that produces data that eventually could be used by the National Statistical Office. So let's say on an assessment of a sanitation project. And the Statistical Office helps the CSO, the civil society organization, to produce good data, or eventually you could use that. So this thing has been blurring. And I was just thinking, what were the main drivers of this change? Why did it change? And I think, of course, the main point, you have been mentioned, it has been mentioned tangentially, but I think it's important to say, is the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Agenda 2030 to leave no one behind, where we really have to focusing on those people who are left behind and how can we reach them. And then users starting to see, oops, there's a data gap, there's capacity gaps. So how can we close it? And why don't we have specific data, in particular, if you look at local levels, specific community level, why is certain data not there? So that's very interesting how that has changed. The other point has been mentioned as well, it's the data revolution. Now, the data revolution, to some extent, is a little bit an inverted, it's a little bit inverted from what I just said. In the old times, when I was in academia and in research, the way we learn research was, you have a question, for instance, let's say you wanted to assess the impact of the pandemic in a given Russian locality for poor people. That's your research question. Then you have a theory, you formulate research questions, and then you look for the data, then you analyze the data, and then you test the data, and then you come with results, and then you make some policy recommendation based on your assessment. Now, in this modern world of a proliferation of data, of a data tsunamis, many researchers don't even have a question, or they basically look at the data and want to get the question from the data. So in that sense, what I want to drive home here is that the relationship between data users and data producers is significantly changing. The professional skill set needed from the producer side is significantly changed on, for instance, the new title of data scientist. People who can use data, make sense of it, and can work with the data producers is skyrocketing. The demand on the private sector side, it's amazing. So let me just, and the pandemic has been mentioned. I think the pandemic has done good and bad for our community. If I say now our community, I mean more statistical community. On the one hand, it has been putting data and statistics to the heart of every family. Maybe you also discussed in your families over dinner about infection rates and about R values and about hospitalization rates, about indices. So to some extent, everybody in this world is hungry for that data and wants to understand, is in my community a lockdown needed or not? How is the pandemic developing? And they got interested in data and statistics, and they learned that data and statistics is not the same, and that there are a lot of things to be taken care of. On the other hand, though, unfortunately, and things got more complex, because we have seen, and maybe you have seen it also in the media, in the German media at least, there were a couple of different experts using the same data coming to different conclusions, which, as we all know from research, is completely normal. But the ordinary audience was at sometimes a bit confused. So there was more and more need for people who could explain why data is as it is and where does it come from. Is it quality data or not? So with this in mind, let me come a bit closer to the key question here. The users, what kind of data do users want? I would, from what I just said, say they don't only want data, they also want advice. They want to be given tools that they can use themselves. They want to be empowered. It's not just feed them the data and then they will be happy. There's so much more to that, capacity development, as it has been mentioned. So luckily, some of my speaker who spoke before mentioned that there is not one user group. There's a very different user group between policymakers that maybe national statistical offices are very much interested in producing data for policy making, for the government, for different agencies, for the government. But of course, as it has been mentioned, there are NGOs, there are academia, there's the media, there's business. So in that sense, all these different groups have different data needs. So what is the conclusion of that? The conclusion is you have to be close to those groups in order to ensure that you follow their needs and you can be relevant, because that's important. Stay relevant in this changing context. The other point I wanted to say is it has been mentioned, this very important point of relevance. Here, I think with the pandemic, and Haishan Fu mentioned it, there might be a trade-off between timeliness, speed, and quality. I think people give now a premium for timeliness and speed. Let me give you the example of a couple of years ago. I had the opportunity to talk to an Indian senior policymaker who basically run a huge anti-poverty program in Indian states. And he wanted to know if policy program A is better than policy program B, and he needed to have poverty data. But the statistical offices had to tell them that the next poverty data can only be released 3 or 4 years later. So then the policymakers say, are you crazy? I mean, then I may be no longer in office. So what is that? So, and you could, I think all of us who work with policy making, these people are impatient. They want to have data. And I think that's a debate we have to have, because the colleague who just spoke before, our Greek colleague and friend, he's obviously right in saying that we have to be very cautious just to produce quality, I mean, just to run and produce any kind of data. On the other hand, maybe we need to empower others who could do that, and who could be more like alarm signaling and giving and helping others, and while we stay on our national statistical office. So that's a very important thing we have to discuss and to do. Let me come. I know we have to wrap it up now. Maybe 3 main takeaways from what I think is important to understand what users want and to respond to their needs. The first point, I think, is being close to your customer, being close to these different data groups. And I think I have to applaud here the statistical office from Switzerland and the Director General, George Simon Ulrich, who explained to me very clearly that this is, and the Swiss office is doing this greatly, following very closely what the different user group needs, so to ensure that there is a good follow-up of this. Second is make things easier for the different communities, make things easier for accessing data, make it clear that it is relevant, and also don't be shy to engage with different user groups and to, as I mentioned, the example of the Kenyan with civil society organizations to see if there's a possibility of cooperation and exploring, but also with academia and the private sector, of course. But I think, to be honest, I think we have played too much emphasis on using private sector data and not enough emphasis on using data coming from academia and as well from maybe civil society organization, but all treat with quality frameworks and very careful. Yeah, and last but not least, I think the last point is, I think in terms of service provision, the main point here is not only provide, see what kind of data do users need, but what kind of capacity do users need? What kind of trainings do they need? Where can we be helpful? We want to be neutral. We want to be helping them to do their own judgment calls. But in order to, as some colleagues have been said, data literacy is key. There will be other services to be provided by statistical offices than in the past. And there is a huge change ongoing. And I think with this type of conferences as we have now, we are on a very good foot to address those challenges. So with this, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Sorry that I couldn't speak anything in Russian and you have difficulties to follow, but thank you so much and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Look, I did like your piece of advice that is getting closer to the user. You know, at one of the meetings of Rosstat, we heard a presentation telling us how the Russian Statistical Agency looks into the customer satisfaction and user needs. You know, this is becoming evident because more and more users participate in surveys. However, I also liked your idea that user satisfaction must not be the only consideration. You know, there are some red lines here that we must not cross. Now, before we move on, before we hear from the next speaker, just to keep you alive, let's entertain some questions that we received from Zoom. Well, one question refers to the issue raised by the first speaker, and that is PPP, public-private partnerships, for data generation and processing. Let me quote, what can you say about PPPs in data area. What is the business community take on this? Look, seems like we have only one business representative at the panel. Maybe somebody else from the audience would be able to contribute. So, Pavel, I think you'll have to deal with this. Well, we, on our part, in terms of our product, we create a marketplace. Now, we offer a service, we offer an ecosystem, we create a marketplace where anyone can upload data, can share data, and since this is happening within one ecosystem, anyone can use the data. It's a very user-friendly marketplace. Now, we have a joint project with Rosstat. We publish population data initially, then we plan to expand the data set. We have a working group established with Rosstat that deals with this. And besides, this marketplace offers not only public data, but also data coming from private entities. And this is where they can monetize the data. SMEs, big businesses, individuals are free to participate. Well, it is important to mention that in order to allow you to publish the population data, we, together with Rosstat, had to spend 6 months to manually clean the data and make it user-friendly. I want to ask the same question to Pavel Malkov, the head of Rosstat. Could you please give us a mic? Yeah. Pavel, any thoughts, any ideas? Well, obviously, Pavel will have to improvise. He's not a panelist, a formal panelist. Now, maybe some initial responses, initial ideas as to whether PPPs are possible here. Look, Maria, you know how a PPP would look like better than anybody else. Look, you were commissioned to do a project for us. We create data sets that, together with Yandex, we make publicly available. Look, information becomes increasingly important for any business. Look, there is no other way for us. We will have to interact closer. Besides, businesses are both users and providers of data. And they are wearing two hats as providers. They provide formal statistics. I mean, we are migrating from paper-based to e-reporting. Then we get some data automatically from reporting systems that various businesses use. Simultaneously, businesses start to furnish new data that had never been available before. Something that various organizations and companies generate. Well, I'm referring to mobile operators, credit institutions, service aggregators. This is the kind of data we start to get from them, and we learn how to use the data when producing official statistics. Now, PPP's rules as applied to statistics are being formed as we speak. Now, we have to understand what are the terms and conditions on which businesses would be willing to share data, how we can use the data, how to make the flow of data sustainable and stable, because it requires long time series for us to be able to rely on this data. This is a must for us in order to transform the data into reliable indicators. And again, this is an ongoing project. Look, we have a motto. Digital data must work. In other words, all the data we compile should be used to the utmost, to the best possible ability for the benefit of our users. And this is something we are striving to achieve. We're always open. We'd be happy to share with you any ideas as to how to engage businesses. We'd be happy to work for businesses. We'd be happy to get new data from businesses. But look, the rules will be set by all of us together. Thank you very much. I think my intervention and colleagues' interventions testify to the fact that the next 2 to 3 years would be the period when we will be establishing those new rules. We'll be checking and validating those rules. So we are in for a very exciting period in the area of data and statistics. Now, we have 2 more speakers. And the good news is that they will not be using Zoom, but they will be broadcasting their videos. The next speaker is Georg Till, President of the Federal Statistical Office of Germany. Should have some questions, colleagues, feel free to formulate your question and target your questions to specific panelists or speakers. Now let's hear from Till and then your questions. Now, Georg Till. Can we have the video, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, my name is Georg Thiel. I'm president of the Federal Statistical Office of Germany. I would like to thank the Federal State Statistics Service of Russia for the invitation to today's Road to Bern conference. I regret not being able to participate in person because of national duties in my other capacity as the Federal Returning Officer of Germany. Nevertheless, with this video message, I would like to take the opportunity and contribute at the conference, but it is driving our work in Germany too. The need for informative, up-to-date and quickly accessible data of high quality has rarely been greater than during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The need for statistical facts that can be used to map developments during the COVID-19 crisis and to create a robust basis for discussion making for politics, business, and science is still high, especially the need for most recent data. This is not a temporary trend, but will be a major requirement in the future. In my opinion, there is a second central question. Where do we, the official statistic agency, need to develop further to be able to meet these requirements? In Germany, we are pursuing a number of ideas in this context. They all have one aim in common: the Federal Statistic Office's further development towards becoming a digital data manager. For this purpose, we need to improve the accessibility of fact-based information. It's crucial to provide user-friendly information with a focus on our user experience. Dashboards, for example, can help to offer context-related analysis and individual sets of visualized material. Data transparency is another area where additional efforts is required to increase data accessibility. It would be desirable to create a central overview for users who are looking for data and specific subjects. At the Federal Statistics Office, for example, we are in process of setting up a digital contact point offering information on the official data available. It provides metadata information on all official data available from a variety of register sources in Germany, and it's essential for the implementation of the once-only principle. Using only traditional data sources is no longer sufficient to deliver answers to the issues of our time. For that reason, we must use the opportunities offered by digitalization as well as the new data sources it brings along. Investments into our IT infrastructures enable the increased use of digital data for official statistics, such as a mobile network data, satellite data, or platform data. Digitalization and new production methods help to collect, process, and disseminate relevant data more quickly on a more timely basis. This can be achieved in our sustained way, not just during times of crisis. As in many other countries, adapting the legal basis of official statistics in order to use new digital data is an important aspect for us. They enable us to respond quickly and flexibly to user needs. In my view, it would be desirable to establish a general framework for the data exchange between business and authorities for purposes associated with the high public interest, and to develop clear principles of collaboration, just as the European Union Data Act seeks to do at European level. We also need to keep a close eye to enhancement of data competence. On the one hand, in the administration, but also among our users in order to promote their ability to derive their own benefit from data. Last but not least, it is essential wherever possible to reduce costs in the long term to ease the burden on citizens, businesses, the economy and administration. We may be able to achieve that, for example, through modernization, the register landscape, and making use of new digital data. The aim of these approaches is to continue providing our users with needs-based information. Official statistics should always be the source of our choice for data that informs fact-based policy decisions and for evaluating social phenomena. So I'm all the more pleased that this issue is going to be discussed at today's Road to Bern conference. From my perspective, as the head of a National Statistics Institute, major objectives of this conference are that all participants exchanged information on the opportunities and innovations first at our various institutions and work on the joint solutions. We then also need to join forces to implement the solutions identified. With this in mind, I wish you a successful conference as well as a fruitful discussions on the subject of user-oriented statistics.
What about Canada? The next speaker represents Canada, Madame Bern, Assistant Chief Statistician. And after her presentation, we'll have time for one, maybe two questions.
Canada. I'm the Assistant Chief Statistician of the Social, Health, and Labor Statistics field. I'm here to talk to you today about how we're serving data users' needs in Canada. Our work as a National Statistical Office depends on staying up to date on their needs. We continuously consult with our stakeholders, from academics to policymakers, government departments to community organizations, and Canadians from all walks of life. Recently, they've told us that there is a pressing need for more granular, local, and timely data. Canadians want to know more about themselves in more detail than ever. That means we need to have data broken down into more categories: age, gender, ethnocultural identity, geographic region, socioeconomic status as examples. This process is called disaggregating data. We also need to look at how data in these categories intersect. So instead of collecting information only on young women, for example, we need to find out what's happening with young Black women in particular. We collect data for a purpose: to better understand society so decision makers have the information they need to take targeted action. COVID-19 has made this task of disaggregating data more urgent. The pandemic has disproportionately impacted Canadians who were already vulnerable. To respond to this need for data, we recently launched our Disaggregated Data Action Plan. It outlines the steps that we will take to get better disaggregated data and drive better outcomes for Canadians. First, we will improve how we collect data. We're expanding our surveys, increasing our sample sizes, and improving response rates. We want to find better ways to reach people. We're also collecting data from different sources, such as administrative data from other government departments and non-governmental organizations, all shared securely and confidentially. As part of our Disaggregated Data Action Plan, we will work with these partners to support them in collecting more detailed data. An important part of our work will be developing and implementing data standards so that we can ensure data are collected in sufficient detail and in the same ways. This allows for better data integration and deeper analytical insights. The more data are used and reused, the more they're broken down, integrated, and analyzed, the greater value they have. To gain relevant insights, we need data to be timely and accessible. More timely disaggregated data allows decision makers to see sooner and act faster on socioeconomic gaps in Canada. This also means increasing our statistical capacity and using advanced statistical techniques to develop new measures. We're broadening our indicators, particularly the statistics we produce on vulnerable populations, and improving our ability to integrate data sets. Finally, our users want better access to data. So we've been working on a virtual data lab and a collaborative platform called Data Analytics as a Service to enable researchers and analysts to access the data and tools they need to arrive at data-driven solutions, with protections in place to safeguard these data. The key to the Disaggregated Data's Actions Plan's success will be engagement. Our work on data collection, standardization, and dissemination will be collaborative and mutually beneficial to the national statistical system and to our many partners. We'll also remain transparent in our work and demonstrate its value to Canadians. That will strengthen our social contract, so people trust us with their data, agree to complete our surveys, and seek out our findings and insights. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share what we're doing to serve our users' needs.
Well, I believe a very, very good presentation, which kind of summarized our session. Colleagues, your questions, please. Please be brief and to the point and address your question. Good afternoon, I'm Sergei Avitisyan, Infonet Model Company. I have a question to our statistical community. It's kind of a philosophic question, yet it is highly relevant, I believe. In the past, the monopoly for obtaining and processing statistics and providing statistics to users was held by statistical bureaus. Now the situation seems to have changed. We have companies like Apple, Google, Yandex, mobile operators and the likes. And the ability to collect, process, and furnish national-level data is something that only statistical agencies have, but also the players have mentioned. Now, my question is highly relevant, I believe. I wonder if Russian and national statistical bureaus would be ready to validate data processing techniques, stating that such techniques are in line with the modern standards, and are such agencies ready to validate data sources as components of official statistics, so that these could be used for a long time? I think every single speaker representing the various agencies touched upon this issue. I don't think so. Well, perhaps I should specify my question. Do please. My understanding is that each single speaker at this panel mentioned that there is a challenge of this kind. It is necessary to validate digital sources, but it will take some time before such sources could be validated or integrated with the existing sources, or would be in a position to replace the existing sources. Well, excuse me, I would hate to enter into a long discussion. I think a colleague from Greece is ready to respond, and then we will move on.
Well, to the extent that I don't miss any fine nuances of in Russian languages, I think that I mean you have a point in the sense that there is you have a point in the sense that there is no longer a monopoly of data ownership, quote unquote, and data processing. And there is also other data out there, but I have to tell you that it's not a matter of recognizing other data. The other data, they exist out there, and we're ready to use them, play with them, and see whether they are fit for producing official statistics. We're not yet there, I have to tell you, because the production of an official statistics product has to pass through several stages of development, and then production, and then dissemination, and each one of those stages has their own standards. And those standards don't only have to be, it's not a matter of using a sophisticated and a high-tech technique for elaborating. It's about using and agreeing to use the very same technique, applicable, for example, both in Greece and Russia. So Rosstat and Elstat have to agree on the same methodology in order to produce a comparable product. That's the main challenge. It's not the nature of the data so much, rather than the procedures that we have to go through. But this is what allows you users and allows all users to feel secure, behind reading the numbers. And this is our comparable advantage compared to Google, to Microsoft, to Yandex. Okay, it's not that. Allow me to say that. It's not the volume of data that we possess. It's our procedures and our quality standards that we apply to that data that allow us to claim quality laurels.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have covered you.
Thank you very much. Спасибо большое. Пожалуйста, следующий вопрос. Вот, коллеги, передайте, пожалуйста, микрофон. Дискуссии в кулуарах.
Thank you very much. Next question, please. I represent the Central Bank of Russia. I'll try to be brief. I have a technical question. The question goes to Pavel Dubinin. How costly it is to integrate your data analysis solution into an IT landscape of a company? That's my first part of the question. And second question, when we can use your Alisa to ask any question and to get a decent answer, and not the answer provided by a chatbot? Okay, let's take your questions one by one. Now, what does it take to integrate our solution into infrastructure? Well, not much, just a web browser. Ours is a cloud-based solution. You just connect data source and you create analysis. I'm happy to discuss your projects one-on-one during the break. But as our experience has demonstrated, we are in a position to find solutions to cater to the needs of any company. Now, as to a second question referring to Alisa, well, look, there are many companies who are ready to offer speech kits. Well, basically, I'm talking about the skills that Alisa has to use by other businesses. Well, so you're not in a position to forecast when it's going to happen. In 1 year, in 10 years, when this product's going to be available? No, I don't think I am in a position to provide this forecast. Okay, last question, please. Last question. Anyone? Okay. Did you raise your hand? No. Okay. Well, I'd like to once again thank you all very much for your contributions. We're somewhat behind our schedule, but I think it was worth it, and this will keep disciplined our colleagues who are supposed to speak later. Thank you very much for a most exciting and rich discussion. Now, just to summarize, I think it is crucial to keep talking about trust. The more trust we have in data, the more data will be needed. The easier it would be to navigate in this data flow. We understand that statistical agencies are very serious about this new digital context, digital environment, and they're trying to take on these challenges. Look, everybody seems to be using administrative data and microdata. The demand seems to be huge. Let's see how it will evolve in the future. Hopefully this topic will be raised in Bern, and we'll see how we will fare in the future. Once again, thank you very much, and I invite the moderator to take over. Thank you very much, Maria, as my co-moderator. Once again, Maria, CEO of Innovative Solutions, Maria Szklaruk. Now, before we go for lunch, I'd like to indicate that right after lunch we're going to have session number 2 dealing with the new statisticians.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for a few more people, and we are going to start in a minute.
Ну что ж, друзья,
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are all here, and we continue our international conference, Road to Bern. In the first part, we have talked about a broad range of issues and tasks that statisticians are facing in Russia and in the rest of the world. Now we are going to continue talking about the most urgent, relevant issues. This panel is going to address the following question. What should a modern statistician look like? Data management, data science, and traditional statistics. Before we start, let me introduce to you the moderator of the session. It's a Russian scientist, the president of MIRA, that is the Russian University of Technology, Stanislav Kuch. On this panel, we have Pavel Malkov, head of Rosstat. He is going to... Oh, he is here. The Director General of the Swiss Federal Statistical Office, George Simon Ulrich, the Alexander Isakov, Chief Economist for Russia and CIS at VTB Capital, Chairman of National Statistical Committee of Kyrgyz Republic, Samat Nasreddinov, and online we have the President of the Statistical Committee of Republic of Armenia, Stepan Matsakinan, and we also have the President of Federation, the leader of methodology at European Masters Program in Official Statistics and European Statistical Training Program, Daria Buona. Before I pass it over to Stanislav Kuch, I would like to play a video recorded by Walter Rademacher, the President of Federation of European National Statistical Societies, former Chief Statistician of the European Union. Please turn on the sound.
Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers of this seminar to give me the opportunity to talk to you for a couple of minutes on the question, what should a modern statistician look like? Obviously, we have to give an answer to the modern discussion on data sciences versus official statistics, whether official statistics can and should integrate more data sciences, whether this is partly problematic or whether it's not changing official statistics at all. And of course, I would like to focus here on the relevance of this possible or not possible integration for the literacy and the professional education of statisticians working in statistical institutions. I will approach the theme by using three theoretical frameworks. The first is relevant for the general question what official statistics is, and my answer following the total quality management of W.E. Deming, who was a statistician by the way, is that official statistics is firstly a public infrastructure, secondly a factory, and this factory is producing products. So statistical outputs, be they tangible or intangible are products and services coming out of a factory, industrial production. This means that we can and should follow total quality management's concepts as managers do in the automotive industry or in other forms of industries. The second theoretical concept that I will use is answering the question what official statistics' role is in the public discourse. And this is quite important to distinguish official statistics from private statistics, data sciences in companies, and so forth. So the role of official statistics is to provide verified facts, so solid, trustworthy facts for the public discourse, public decision-making. And so it means that we, official statisticians, are policy relevant, but we have to be very, very careful that we are not being politically driven. This is a little bit the kind of paradox. And the economy of conventions, convention theory, which was introduced by scholars like Alain de Rozière and others, they focus on the difficulties, the challenges, and also the sociology of this type of economy of statistical conventions or information conventions. Thirdly, I use a theoretical concept to structure the question of statistical literacy, and there is a data literacy framework by a German colleague called Katharina Schüler that is very, very applicable also to structure the data literacy demands in official statistics. So the main question is, what kind of mix should we have on topics, skills, and knowledge? So not only knowledge, but we need skills, knowledge, ethics, and many, many other things for the education of official statisticians. And we have to find a middle way between too much specialization in the education and a too, how to say, broad and too general knowledge base for the employment in the statistical factory. And the selection criteria for me are Deming's profound knowledge criteria. And I would like to understand the different stages as an official statistician of compiling statistics. So for me, as a young statistician, it is very important that I understand the DNA, so the core of the factory, how the processes run, how I have the possibility to cooperate with other colleagues which are specialized in other parts of the office. So I do not need to know everything because there is a kind of sharing of work and specialization, but I do have to understand what my colleague in, let's say, the other part of the office can do for me. Now, there are three main processes in official statistics, and I would like to look at these three main processes and ask myself what kind of knowledge should a young statistician bring when coming to the entry point of a statistical office. So a little bit of knowledge of history of official statistics would be good. It's certainly important that we are aware about the boundaries and the scope of official statistics so as to be able to distinguish between official statistics and research, for example. We shall know also the conventions and standards which are used for the development of methods, products, and the entire product program. We should have a good understanding of processes of product planning, participation of different user groups, and final decision-making on the product portfolio. We should know about the existence and importance of classifications, nomenclatures, and the international cooperation and standard setting. Because nowadays, official statistics is no longer a purely national affair. We need to be comparable with other countries and so forth. So international cooperation is important. Ethics are important, statistical data protection, and to use a modern term, data trusteeship. And of course, very often we in statistical institutions are not working alone, but we have to use partners and we have to cooperate with them. Secondly, it's important, of course, that we know the core of the techniques, methods, and algorithms, tools, and production. Essential elements in survey statistics. And here comes also the data sciences, artificial intelligence into the play. Application of models in official statistics is very important because it's not just surveying what we do. We estimate, we impute, we use geographical information systems. And then the business architecture, the whole factory is something that we need to understand, that this is not a spaghetti bowl of single processes, but all the elements hang together. And of course, every statistician should have a minimum knowledge about national accounts, because this is the core of the statistical system. Lastly, all statisticians should have a good understanding of user interaction, of quality concepts, and of the main communication tools with our clients. So information quality, management, assurance, quality verification, and certification. How to distinguish different products by quality profiles, how to protect the brand official statistics, and so forth. And finally, then the modern tools of communication, indicators, interactive tools, and so forth. Finally, data literacy is very important. So we cannot communicate with clients which are not educated to understand what we tell them. So this is more or less a kind of small panorama, and I will share a wider presentation with the host so that you can have a closer look at the next slides, which are going a little bit into more detail, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
So this was the story, the view on the statistician and what a modern statistician should look like. We have an open session. We have people online. For those who watch us on YouTube, you can write messages to us. Now, would you please bring the questions that we want to find answers to on the screen? Can we do that? While they are trying, we can voice those questions. What skills should a modern statistician have? What is the government and the society looking for in training of specialists in the field of statistics? What is the role of traditional school of statistics in shaping modern statistician? What kind of skills should a modern statistician have? What is the role of the business community in shaping this image? We are going through the process of transformation in our economy, and many of those things impact statistics. Today we have to process huge volumes of data. We are facing the need for new methodology. We need to find new ways of collecting data, managing data. The changes that we have seen in our society, the process of digital transformation has changed the expectations and requirements for statisticians. And that raises a question. What kind of new skills do we need? What kind of new knowledge do people in statistics offices need? We realize that the level of digital technologies today is quite unprecedented, and there are no more borderlines between statisticians, experts in artificial intelligence, neural networks. We have to look for new skills, for new types of knowledge that a statistician should have. A statistician should be a professional in his field, and he should be very knowledgeable about use of information technologies. He should be knowledgeable about machine learning. Due to help of Rosstat, we have opened a special division for statistics, and we would like to know whether we are going in the right direction. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Malkoff. Rosstat is one of major employers for statisticians. What is your vision of the future? Are skills and sets of knowledge really changing so significantly? Do you think we really need to train statisticians or future statisticians in a different way, in a new way? They probably should have some new knowledge. As a main employer in this business, would you please advise to us what we should teach our students? I have a presentation that I would like to share. Statistics has always been a challenging field to work in. In the past, a statistician needed to be great in mathematics and should have some knowledge of economics. Today, with the arrival of internet, information is available to anyone at fingertip, and we see a manifold increase in the number of people that work with information. Today, we have over 100,000 people that work in the field of statistics, people who are employed in different public agencies, in different corporations. All kinds of companies and organizations need statisticians. It's about data science, which is so popular today. And these two fields are merging together, looking for data, processing data. Rosstat, 2.5 years ago, announced that we were switching from collecting statistics to providing analytical information. Data without explanation, without comments, is no longer acceptable. We need to compare data related to other information, find regularities. All those things have to be done by statisticians. Today, data people can find jobs in many different organizations. There's a lot of demand for such skills. One of the recruiting companies said that data analysts are the top profession that employers are looking for. Statisticians need to be creative. They need the ability to work with large amounts of data, and they need to be good emotions managers. My colleagues know that managing emotions is an essential part of the job. So we have to have some universities that would train statisticians. We see a real renaissance in universities and in their programs. Students realize that there is a broad interest to statistics. And even in high schools, they have classes for mathematics, and some aspects of statistics. Then later on in universities, they train students in very many different fields, economics, healthcare, and this thing and the other. There are special divisions for statistics and mathematical governance tools, and we see a lot of students going to study in those divisions. They are some of the best students. So that is what we see in schools and universities. And that brings about the next question. What happens to a man once he graduates from a university and gets a job with Rosstat? Is the knowledge from a university sufficient? And will it last through the entire career? No. We are now talking about the concept of lifelong learning. We have our own training programs. We have trained 4,700 statisticians lately. We have a lot of programs for IT, for extra soft skills training. We have English language programs, public speaking, writing, lean production, and many other subjects. We have series of lectures. We invite employees to lectures given by other employees or invited lecturers. All of those things are essential. In this chart, we try to throw a look at a modern statistician, and this is what we've got. Besides the statistic per se, it's a person that should have soft skills, digital skills. Of course, the issue of information security is extremely important, and there is a need for what we call new literacy in different fields, financial, environmental, ecological. What kind of person should that be? We are now hiring university graduates that possess those skills. They are bright people, they are ready to learn, and we are very happy to see them. They are people that realize that the labor market is changing rapidly. These are the results of one survey that was done. We have no time for this. We've seen a lot of such surveys that say that the labor market is experiencing very serious changes. A statistician with all necessary skills ready to learn will definitely find his or her place in our changing world. In conclusion, I want to share another chart with you. And this would give you another view on significance of digital transformation and all such processes. This is a Gartner curve. Let me remind you that about 20 years ago, Gartner has plotted a curve that shows that any new technology goes through several phases in people's perception. First, the technology is just launched, then it reaches the peak when everybody thinks that this technology is going to change the entire world, and then people get disappointed in this technology. Then gradually it goes to this plateau when it becomes really effective as a tool that can make a difference. We are confident that today big data is at the top of this curve. Very many people say that all statistics don't matter anymore and we should switch to big data. Traditional statisticians are accused of being too conservative. Some people would say that we need to collect a big pool of data together and then artificial intelligence would do the job by itself. We now see the peak of expectations. Soon we will see some disappointment, and we should not fall into a trap. We should make this curve more level. We should avoid disappointments because Really, this is a great technology. We should try to reach that plateau phase as soon as possible. Big data analytics is just a tool, one of the many tools in a tool set that a modern statistician should have, along with soft skills and many other types of things. But the foundation is the same. The essentials are the same. The scientific foundation that every statistician should stand upon. Remember, there was a Hollywood movie about super spies. There was this one character that had a watch that could do lots of different things. It was a weapon. It did everything, but it did not show the time. So a statistician should be able to calculate statistical parameters.
Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, we all realize that changes have happened to Rosstat and to the methodology for data collection and processing, and this is nothing short but amazing. Now the question comes, perhaps I can ask Mr. Ulrich, what kind of requirements the Swiss statistics have to its staff? Is there a place for standard statistics? And what are the way of interaction here you can see? Sir, over to you.
So, thank you very much. I think it's an incredible, important and interesting discussion. And I mean, as you can see, when we have a discussion like how should we be in the future, what should be our jobs and skills and things like that, it is always a bit that we know what we should do, and sometimes it's not that what we do. We should be measured by what we really do, not what only that what we're saying that we should do. And that's why, I mean, that what we say, what we want to do, it's important to integrate that into our processes and our culture. So you need also the idea to how do we really build that system that it works. And this was a bit the point several years ago at the Statistical Federal Office in Switzerland when we started how we're going to do that. And the first thing we've done is that the whole board of directors went to school again. Because they were very good statisticians, no question. But they didn't know a lot about inductive way of doing analytics with data that has no question at the beginning. And we didn't have many experience about all the different formats in data. There are open data, there are any kind of different skilled-oriented data. Everybody has their own name for it. So that we have to find a solution that incorporates all data format, wherever they're from. And so this was where the journey starts. And the first thing is we know that in the field of statistics, we're all very good experts. We also feel ourselves responsible for the product, that we know the value chain from A up to Z. So that means, do we really understand the question that is needed to be answered? There is where the journey starts. And then what kind of data we need for that. And this is a very important step because quite often we have to deal with the data we have. But actually there would be a lot more data, but they're not in the quality, or they're not described, or they're not accessible, or they're not whatever. We have not the law to get these data, whatever. But that's why we are also collecting our own data, and we have to have a certain technology to be good in that. And then also the question on where we store the data and what we do out of these data. So we changed quite a long time ago to have another way of thinking on how we produce statistics. No matter where the data is coming from, it has to be good quality, but it can come from wherever we have access to it. That's why it was also a question of law, that we have the law that we can have these data wherever they are. Because every other department has their own law where they were saying, we cannot give you the data because they are protected data. So we need to have a law that this is allowed. And so we changed to a kind of an integrated production fabric to produce information products. So we're not looking at each statistical value chain, but it's a value chain that's quite
Disruptive in the sense of we splitted the data and made them interoperable, a word that I haven't heard up till now, which is incredibly important in the future. And that we know what kind of data that we have, that this data is visible. I come to that in a minute. Because if you don't know what kind of data we have, if the data is not visible, then the potential of what we can do out of it is really below what is possible. So this was the first step. And the second step was then, of course, data management. So it started because there were kind of political pressure on that we should have a once-only principle, that the government is collecting data only once, and then the government has to arrange processes and things, and the law basis that everybody has access to it, who has the law to do this. That's why it was important to get the law for that. And how we did that. The most important element is you need to have a kind of a searching engine, a metadata catalog. If you don't see what kind of data you have, you will always invest a lot of energy on find out what kind of data you have. And that makes no sense. It doesn't also make sense that you have one huge data hub, because the data that is in this data hub quite often is not really very up to date. You need also to have unique identifiers. Otherwise, you will not connect this data. And every data scientist knows exactly what I'm talking about. If you cannot connect data, then you invest all your time and money and infrastructure in rearrange the data that you can work with it. So you don't really have the potential on go with algorithms to this data. So you need to have a top-down approach from your government which gives you this role. If you don't have that, you have to deal with everyone, and you never reach this efficiency. In Switzerland, the Board of Ministers decided this role is something that the Statistical Office has. And now we go to every single department and tell them that they have to do their data interoperable and reusable, and have the obligation to make it visible. This is a huge job. And it doesn't make sense that you have several data stewards. You need to have one data steward and one metadata catalog. Of course, if this is open data, everybody can have access to it, and then you will have an incredible amount of chatbots who can have access to it and make information out of it, same as Google does it. I mean, if you look at Google does, they actually also just a searching engine, and everybody who has an XML standard can place their documents somewhere, and the machine finds it. So we do the same thing for a government through the metadata catalog. It's exactly the same. And then, of course, we have a job to do in harmonization data and to have the same nomenclature. Simple things like the variable men and women, how you code it. Is the man a 1 or is it a 2, an A or a B, or as X or a Y? Even in our own office, we had about 18 different variables to code it. So we had to harmonize it to say it's only one. And this we have to do all the administration, that we have the potential of reusable data. And if we have done that, this is the precondition for data science. This is it. So this was our second part. We started this year having an own department within our office, which deals with exactly these topics. And I can tell you, this is not what you have learned in university that time. These are new stuff, I would say. And you have to, it's really hard work and long work. And this leads me to the third pillar of data science. And we also say this, it's not only data science, it's like we have a lot of experience with deductive way of doing things. We have a question, and out of the question we have a theory, and out of the theory we're searching for data. But as you know, Johannes Jüttich was mentioning it, there are different ways approaching data. Even though you have no question, you can train an algorithm that finds correlation. It's correlation, it's not causality, but even, I mean, a lot of our work is also based on correlation, even if theory is behind it. And you have to train and to learn how to combine that. Inductive ways of doing analytics and deductive way of doing analytics. And these are completely new methods. I mean, ask yourself, there are many statisticians in here, how many have done deep learning already? Things like that. I mean, and the thing there is, it's not enough to talk about what you can do. It's not about, I make an example, talking about what is water, where it's coming from, how it looks like, things like, no. You need to learn to swim and also to dive. And you can make mistakes. So you need an experimental environment where you can learn, and you have to do that together with other people, because we are not able to do that by our own. That's why we have very strong relationships, for example, to universities. We also have a platform, because what many universities doesn't have, they know exactly how to do the analytics, but they don't have the reliable data for it, or not the representative data, or not the access to identifiers. And that's why we built at our data science center that there is an experimental room that can learn to swim. And we have arrangements with all of these, with other offices, with universities, and we have a platform for that which allows collaborative work, and we started to learn. So this is how we, since the beginning of this year, how we reorganized the whole office. And people needed to learn how to work in an agile way. We tend to do it very, like in the classical way. And this is, okay, I come to the end. This is the most difficult part of all, to change the culture, to open the mind, to learn other things, come out of their own box, and do it together with others. And this is not so easy if you have a lot of employers, so it's a way to go.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Look, a most rich and insightful presentation. Now let us invite the next speaker. Some of the colleagues failed to come and are not able to attend face-to-face, and they're going to use Zoom. Stepan Natsakanyan. Good afternoon. Before I invite you, I want to urge the rest of the colleagues to stick to the timeline. Look, we are somewhat behind our schedule. So, Stepan, look, for many years you've been head of the Armenian Statistics Office. How do you train your staff? How do you develop your statisticians? To what extent your agency helps develop the necessary skills and competences that are required for a modern-day statistician? Thank you. Unfortunately, I do participate in developing young statisticians, and each time when we hire new young statisticians, we meet with them. And I have to spend at least 3 hours lecturing and answering questions. At the same time, I have to explain to them what they are supposed to do. I have to explain to them the mission of the official statistics. I have to explain to them that the mission of official statistics is totally different. It's not just doing accounts for the state. This is about producing official statistics for society at large, with all the implications and consequences. You have to be able to entertain questions, you have to be able to come up with solutions and so on. Now, the members of our State Council on Statistics, who specialize in specific areas, also deliver workshops and capacity building events at our premises. Now, statisticians specialize in different fields, and therefore we have to factor this in. We have to offer specific workshops on specific topics. But again, each time we have to explain that the conditions have changed and statisticians work not 24/7, but actually 48/7, out of which we have to spend most of the time to bring data together, to make data compatible. This is a daunting task. And again, this all has to be explained. And we have to explain all the trade-offs and paradoxic situations that the official statistics might face. In fact, we even developed a set of materials explaining the limitations of the official statistics and the reasons why official statistics is not sufficiently trusted. I think we presented this set back in 2015 in Moscow. Now, this set covers all 5 major categories. I deem this important. Besides, we have to talk about the code of practice, we have to talk about the fundamental statistics, we have to deliver training programs, we have to deliver training on metadata, on definitions, on classifications, data sources. It's a humongous task. The same applies to administrative registers in order to embed such data into such registers. We even developed a concept of a common uniform set of registers. And we deliver lectures on the registers training statisticians. So the key issue is the issue of perceptions. So the key issue for a statistician is to be understood. This is the ultimate objective. This is something we start our education and capacity building process. Thank you very much indeed. Look, it's reassuring to see that you, in your country, in Armenia, personally engage in capacity building as head of a statistical agency. The next speaker would be head of the European Program for Statisticians Development. You know, your area of research, time series analysis, segregation, and other approaches. What are the prospects for using current skills and how the entire system of statisticians training is arranged in Europe? Can you follow? Borna, can you hear us? I hope we'll be able to connect. If you can follow, please make a sign. I hope you can follow. If so, please, sir, the floor is yours.
Okay. I have some slides that I'd like to share for my speech. Can I do that? So can you give me the rights to share the screen? Okay, thank you very much. So you control the slides, right? And then I go next. Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you today. I wish I could have been in Moscow. Unfortunately, that was not really possible. I work at Rosstat, the Statistical Office of the European Union, and I would to speak today on the skills for the next generation of statisticians. So if you can go to the next slide. Yes, I do believe that there is a kind of digital evolution or revolution around us. From the moment where we were monkey, as you can see, we've been walking in an erected position, and now what is the real things that we are doing? We are sharing information everywhere we go. So next slide, please. So it's a data-driven life. I mean, also building on what Mr. Ulrich just said, it's the data are everywhere around us, and even if we don't have questions, maybe we should have a look into what is surrounding us, and we find what is the so-called the Internet of Things, where all the devices that we are using are connected to a local server or to a central server, so the data are really everywhere. Next slide, please. So we are surrounded by this data lake. So there are surveys, there are mislead data, there are GPS data, and of course, there are the big data, which are, in my view, what the real point there is that it's not that they are big, but rather than they are not structured. So they have different kind of data which have different structure. And I think also, as if I understood from the colleague from the president of the Rosstat, the idea here is that in the metadata management, you really need to have the right skills to be able to deal with this data. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes. So that means also that there are new data sources and new capabilities and skills which are required. And this can be identified in the different steps of the statistical process, from the statistical development, to the design, to the analysis. So not only the skills are different, but also they can be used in a different ways in the different steps of the statistical process. So if we can go next. And so here we are, what I think, this slide, I'm not the author of these slides, I found it just browsing on the internet, and what are maybe the skills of a modern data scientist. So you have the mathematical and statistical background from one side, but you also have the programming and database languages. So which would ensure also the knowledge of hard coding, like the use of R or the use of Python. And these are, if you want, the hard skills. But what is maybe interesting is also that the modern data scientist should also have a set of soft skills. And in particular, in the domain knowledge and in the communication aspect. So in the communication, the modern data scientist should be able to tell a story, not just to present the tables and graph, but to really tell a story so that the users can be reached. And this is very much in line also with what our colleague from Armenia just said, that if the statistician must be understood, and in order to do that, you should have the right communication skills, and that would enable you to produce infographics or short storytelling, short videos to tell the story behind the data. And but of all these, the skills that are required, what I also think that is very, very interesting to have, especially based on the data-driven approach, is that you have to be curious. So you don't have to start with some prejudgment questions, or that can be at the start, but as long as you go along the analysis, you might find answers to questions that you were not able to identify in the beginning. And that is typically something that goes with your curiosity, with your wish to learn more about what is behind the data. So next. So it's a mix of data skills, from data sourcing, data process management, technology management, but as I just said, also it's about relationship and engagement. So it's also the way you are able to communicate with the others and interact. And if we go to the next slide, normally, all the skills that we are looking for, it's very difficult to find in one single person. And an investment that we are doing also in Eurostat and in the European Union is to try to go in the direction that the modern data scientists should actually work in a team. So the team should be a multidisciplinary team. And that goes from, so if you are looking for a modern data scientist, you should look actually for a team of data scientists, that they could come from different disciplinary fields. So not necessarily only one. And Of course, this is a challenge for building this kind of teams, which are a priori heterogeneous. But of course, then the synergies that can be built up then will give the results in the, maybe not in the short term, but for sure in the medium and the long term. So next slide, please. So of course, the key, I think this was mentioned already by the previous speakers, it's in the training, in the potential to let people try and fail. So this letting the past go and to overcome the past failure. And something that we see popping up, and I personally welcome very much, is also the idea of producing experimental statistics. So which are statistics which are not necessarily out there to measure particular phenomena, but are out there because there is a new method, for instance, that we are trying to use, or there are new data that we are trying to use. And the idea of the experimental statistics is not necessarily to measure a particular phenomenon, but to start maybe a discussion around a new technique or a new kind of data that can be used. Next, and I'm about to finish with my intervention. Next slide, please. So it's important that we allow time for experimental statistics, but it's also very important that there is the support for the innovation and innovative culture. So the fact that someone is asking new questions, also if you want, or is giving new answers, should be welcome. And of course, this becomes immediately a management issue, and if you want, requires some changes in the culture of the management, of the top management. So next slide, please. So here I have this is my concluding remark. I mean, but we do have in our statistical office many statisticians. How do we make them to become a data scientist? Well, but data science is not about data crunching, but it's also about understanding the business challenges, creating some valuable, actionable insight in the data, and communicating their findings to the business. I mean, I'm using this quote from Jean-Paul Wilson because I really think that is putting in one sentence all what I've tried to present in my so far. And because using new data or big data per se is not an achievement. You have to have an idea of what is behind and why you are doing that. And of course, as enabler, it's the next quote, if you want, is that then the real question is not how the statistician can become a data scientist, because that cannot be done alone, but it's more how we include the data science in the statistical process. And in my view, the multidisciplinary approach is the way to go. So with the next slide, I'd like to, next slide, please. Yes, to send you heart to everyone from Europe. And yeah, that's an art made of number. So, I mean, and that art, I hope arrives to you. And I thank you very much for the time you've been allocated. I'll be very happy to reply to the questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, it's very reassuring to hear that Europe, just like Russia, employs this multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary approach in developing statisticians. And this applies also to your approaches. Buona, thank you very much. We move on. Now let me ask a question to Alexander, chief economist for Russia and the CIS of one of our leading banks, VTB Capital. How do you picture a modern statistician today? One more issue I'd like to touch upon, using big data in statistics. Look, on September 2nd, if you recall, you delivered a lecture. You talked about replicability of academic publications. And, you know, when do you think we'll be able to resolve this issue, and to what extent the academic community would be ready to embrace this? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Thank you for the invitation. In fact,
no, it works.
Okay.
I've been pondering over this issue, the issue that is used as a title for this session. Now, if we attempt to answer this question head-on, trying to see what is the difference between the traditional statistical approaches and data science, well, my impression would be as follows. It would be very easy to oversimplify the picture. You may believe that a data scientist is just your ordinary statistician but has better programming skills. So look, this is a standard definition. And many people tend to arrive at this conclusion. However, I think this is only partially true. The truth is that the tools we employ help shape us, help shape our consciousness. The tools, well, we all use different tools. We deal with different topics, we work in different areas, and we employ different tools. Now, if you use one and the same person in one universe, this person would use a certain set of research tools, like, say, Excel spreadsheets. In another universe, the same person would use slightly more up-to-date tools. Now, in 5 years' time, the two individuals intellectually would find themselves in two different places. I think the same applies to organizations as well. Now, despite seemingly simple tools used in data science and in standard statistics, the tools themselves suggest to organizations what is achievable and what can be done. Let me give you just one specific example, something that might illustrate the difference in the two approaches. For instance, we are used to multiple choice surveys. That is, surveys with a closed list of answers. This is something we do in our research. And now it's very difficult to come up with something else, because apparently we don't possess resources, we don't know how to formulate open-ended questions and receiving relevant answers.
We do surveys for decades. From standpoint of modern data science, one could easily see that less structured data can also be used. You can extract the meaning, and you don't have to choose from preset answers. This is just one example. That's one idea that I wanted to get across. What we do is predetermined by the tools we use. Tools do matter. The colleague in front of me mentioned R and Python. We are in love with those programming languages, and it's our experience over the last several years that an open approach enables a researcher to get a lot of different data. That goes without saying. We have learned how our statistics work. We have tried to drill into things, look at smallest units of data. Second idea I wanted to share with you has to do with what people talked about in the previous panel, and that is confidence in data and trust for statisticians and statistics in general. The moderator asked a question about the trust that we have for data. Well, we have people in the academic community. They look at data and they interpret data. They explain the dependencies between different facts. We may sometimes be critical about the conclusions that they make. But look, the government very often refers to research done by the academic community. We see that there really is a crisis in the ability to reproduce. The facts may be reliable, but the conclusions may be different. I can tell you that there is a simple solution to this challenge. We should become more open. Well, one reason for lack of success is lack of help provided to authors that want to publish the outcomes of their research. That's what should be done. I think we should work towards greater trust to statistical research in the country. We have a little working group headed by a professor from Russian School of Economics, and we have people from the Bank of Russia. They are willing to help authors to articulate their ideas, to explain their conclusions. I think it would be good if the statisticians from Rosstat shared their concerns with us. I think if we worked closer together, we would generate knowledge that would be more reliable and trustworthy. Well, thank you very much. It seems that now it's a good time to pass the floor to the chairman of National Statistical Committee of the Kyrgyz Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me over to this conference. I appreciate this opportunity to be with you at this panel. Many people talked about the skill sets that statisticians need these days during the first session. Our colleagues said that it's essential for a statistician to have analytical skills, mathematical skills. Economic background is also a big advantage. A statistician should be able to program at least some. However, one point that I paid attention to in the first session is that a modern statistician should be user-focused. The world around us is changing, and users are looking for more and more. They're more demanding, and modern statistics are changing. We try to succeed in following the data users. And we sometimes see contradictions between traditional statistics and modern statistics. We see that some old fundamental methodologies are shaken, and some of them have to be reviewed. I'm saying this for a reason. We are fairly clear with the knowledge types and skill types that statisticians need today. It's not that users of data should change the statistics, but the statistics should be able to shape the world. Thank you. Thank you for that. We are running out of time, and that is very, very sad. The matter we're discussing today is very big. Taking stock of what we have discussed, I want to ask a few questions. Would you name 3 or 4 skills that you think a modern statistician should possess today? Mr. Naserdinov, would you start, please? Well, the most important things, I would say timeliness, quick response, and digital skills. Mr. Malkov, well, I would follow up what I said earlier. Knowledge of mathematics and economics. Digital skills are important, data science. And thirdly, well, the ability to learn continuously and develop one's skills continuously. Mr. Ulrich, would you please?
I think I can also agree on what was said. I mean, to be open and learn on that way is an incredibly important thing. I think also that you are having the ability to build up networks and work with different views, find common solution, and that yourself are coming with an open-minded attitude, so that you're not come and selling your own ideas, but you're open also for other ideas and searching for the common possibility.
Alexander, what do you think? Let me be a bit more specific. I can tell you what we expect from statisticians at VTB Capital. We believe that Rosstat experience is great. I would expect a statistician who would work for us would understand the historic context and the impact that statistics have on the society. He should have the knowledge of 2 books by Bisonov on the economic dynamics. It's a great book. And secondly, a statistician should have specific skills in working with data. He should be able to write Arial and Python code. Thirdly, a statistician should have basic knowledge of official statistics, standard and classic statistic methodology, statistic tests, M&K, and other things should not be a mystery to a modern statistician. We would like to ask a question to Stepan Mnatsakanyan, if he is still online. Stepan Mnatsakanyan. Oh, okay, we have Bono. We have Dario Bono instead. Okay, that's fine. Okay. What are 3 or 4 skills that a modern statistician should have? I'm online. Okay, okay.
В принципе, я как
Good.
спикер, вы мне слово не дали, чтобы я свое слово представил.
I
Я
thought
просто ответил на
that
ваш
I
первый
would
вопрос.
make a short
Я надеюсь,
presentation,
если у вас не
but I
поменялся
didn't have a
программа,
chance so
вы
far.
ответы
If
найдете
I would like to
когда я представлю свое слово.
make that little presentation
Просто если
briefly.
ответить, то это
Answer to your question
прекрасное
is
познание
this:
окружающей
one
среды.
should
Я не имею в
learn
виду
about the
отдельную
world
ветвь
around
статистики,
him or her.
а именно
I am not
окружающей
talking
среды официальной
specifically
статистики.
about the world of statistics, but generally the ability to learn about the world. Now, Mr. Buono, would you please name 3 or 4 skills that a modern statistician should have? I think we have little technical issues. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Do you copy? Mr. Buono, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
Could you identify 3 or 4 key skills that a modern statistician should have?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So to be a modern statistician, you have to be a statistician first. Second, I would say you have to be curious. You have to be able to tell stories. It's very important that you are understood by the wider audience. And you do have to be able to work in team with no prejudgment. So especially if your colleagues are from a different disciplinary team, then you have to be able to be working with them. So statisticians should work with IT people, with physicists, with mathematicians, with specialists in chemistry. So to have an open mind, not only, as mentioned one of the previous speakers, also to have an open data set or an open algorithm, you also have to have an open mind. This is, in my view, the skills that are really required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our session is coming to an end. Unfortunately, we could not make it any longer. We would like to ask the organizers to post all presentations and make them available to everyone. I'm sure we have received a lot of questions and we will be answering them later, and we will post all answers at Rosstat's website. If we have any immediate questions from the floor right now, we have a minute. I have a question that we received online. It could be addressed to many panelists. Here it comes. Do they teach statistics in the same way in different parts of the world? Do statisticians speak the same language? It's a question for all panelists. Well, we could invite pretty much everyone on the panel to answer this. Who wants to be the first? Let me start, and then my colleagues will add their comments. There are some foundations that are taught in the same way everywhere. Mathematics, economics, we talked about it. It's common knowledge that statisticians anywhere in the world speak the same language. That is the basis. They have the same foundation, the same methodology, the same types of basic knowledge. If you look at a parameter in one country and in a different country, then they would read the same because they are calculated in the same way using the same methods. That's what assures comparability of data. So the answer to the question is yes, they learn the same subjects. However, that is just the foundation, and in different countries, in different organizations, they build upon those foundations, and the result may be different. Anyone else wants to make a comment? Anyone? Of course, of course.
The language is kind of a prerequisite to understand each other. And I think on the basis of the syntax, we are very good. but on the basis, do we really talk about the same thing? And do we do the same things? There we still have always to learn. And I think the new type and roles that we have, we are also going on a way. And the good thing is that statisticians know how to learn together. For example, if we have to agree on a definition like the GDP, we are used to find common ground for a basis of reference. And this is actually much more than only the same language. This is that we are able to find a common basis of reference. And this is very important. And I think the way we do that is something that you can, there also exists in other areas. But we need to be open, and we also have to go to the others, and that we find a common basis of reference also for the future. So we have to, these abilities, we have the same language, the same way we're doing it, also open to others.
Thank you. It's really great that statisticians in Russia, in CIS, and in other parts of the world speak the same language, and we understand each other very well. Anyone else wants to make an input, or it pretty much takes care of it? Well, thank you very much. I want to pay special thanks to those participants who could make it to this room in Moscow, and to those who joined us online using Zoom. Thank you for your ideas. Thank you for your suggestions, proposals regarding training of specialists, training of students. They do need new skills, and we will be able to make adjustments to our curricula and give better training to our students. I want to wish you the best of health. Take good care of yourself. I hope this session will be followed up on, and next year we'll meet again and talk about the results of our work. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you to the moderator, Mr. Stanislav Kuj, the president of Russian University of Technology. We are going to have a break now, and it will be followed by the third session that will have the following subject: official statistics.
Friends, I suggest we get started. We continue our national conference, Road to Bern. We're going to talk about official statistics and private data producers, opportunities for collaboration. The session will be moderated by Dmitry Politov, Executive Director of Rosstat. Our panelists are Mikhail Stepnov, Executive Director of Data Science Bern, Sergei Vitisyan, Head of Geoanalytics, Stephen Vale, Senior Statistician and UNESC Regional Advisor, Tadzio Schilling, Chief Executive Officer of Association of European Businesses. Now, before I invite Dmitry Politov, our moderator, I suggest we listen to yet another video address by Jan Diamond from the UK National Statistical Office. Now, welcome, Jan Diamond.
It's 50 years now since I did my first statistics course, or almost 50 years, and that's an incredibly long time. And during that time, the ability of statisticians to provide real insight from data and to manipulate effectively data has become ever better. Some of the things we can do now, I could only have dreamt about in my wildest dreams when I was young. And at the same time, the awareness of the public, political leaders, businesses, of the power that data can bring to improve lives for the public good has never been greater. So we live in a moment in time when statisticians are both valued in a way that perhaps they never have been before, and they have the ability to do wonderful, wonderful things. Yet I would argue that actually what it is to be a statistician has really not changed much over that 50-year period, almost 50 years since I became first a statistician. And the first thing I would say that a statistician really must be is something I learned from one of my mentors, Richard Cormack. You must show real integrity. You absolutely must, A, be clear what the data are saying, and at the same time, what they cannot say. Too often, people ask questions of data which, frankly, the data are not organized or able to answer. And a statistician must have the integrity to say, we cannot answer that question. At the same time, formulating questions for which data can be used is a critical skill and a critical task of the statistician, and enabling them to be answered is so important. So a great statistician will be able to formulate questions which the data can address and then provide clear, concise, and beautiful answers to those questions. That second part requires that you're a good communicator. Statisticians are not people who sit in darkened rooms, occasionally sending a number out. Statisticians have to be able to understand and work with people to identify problems, to work out how to use the data to address them, and then to be able to communicate, and sometimes communicate the results of really complex analyses in a way that is easy to understand and where the implications of how those data can be used for the public good are clear. And that's so, so, so important. No one wants to see 300 beta coefficients. What they want to see is an understanding of what is meant. Thirdly, statisticians have to be bold and radical. They have to be prepared always to use new data. Some of the data that we are using now that are born digital are so different from those that a long time ago we would have looked at and said, well, we have to look at it in a particular way. Being radical and using new data sources is exciting, and we have the technology to do wonderful things, for example, with linking data that we could never have dreamt of before. But the same story of having a grounded model, of having an understanding of what the data can and cannot do, and what the mathematics allow you to do, does not change. I am still the statistician I was a long time ago. I do things in the same way. I'm still skeptical of data. I am still think hard about what the data are saying, but I do so in a way which I have techniques and skills which I could only have dreamt of 50 years ago, and I do so in a world where people are listening. So bringing insight from data, being excited about data, and really understanding how data can improve the public good are what a statistician is all about. Thank you.
Right. I feel the urge to applaud. Well, thank you very much for joining our final third session. And as I can see from the audience, you know, it's kind of challenging to participate in 3 subsequent events where people discuss future of statisticians and statistics. But yet, thank you very much. I mean, you've been able to demonstrate the stamina, enough stamina to get to the discussion of how things are going to happen in reality. If you recall, back in 2016, a leading UK researcher stated that data was new oil. I mean, this has only gained importance. The statement has gained in importance since then. Indeed, data is new oil, but now we're pretty sure that data crunching and data analysis is a new combustion engine. I want to thank the panelists who joined us, and let us start with Deputy Head of the National Bureau of Statistics of Moldova, who is about to join us via Zoom. So let us see if we're able to connect. Colleagues? Okay, we're getting connected. Okay. When planning this session, we were clear that we would be in opposition to implement all the bits and pieces that Mr. Diamond talked about. We will not be able to respond to all the questions, yet I think we'll be able to articulate those questions to our speakers. Madam Spataro, you're with us. Hello.
Hello. Hello to everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to relate to the topic of this session. I don't know why I'm hearing the translation, but okay. So I would like to tell you about the experience of the Republic of Moldova as it regards the data collaboratives with the private sector for the purpose of official statistics. A comprehensive and a swift response of the official statistics to the current needs of data users, including during crisis, requires the development of appropriate measures from the National Statistical Institutes or offices. And in this case, we as NSIs have to properly address those needs, as well as to make rapid identification and integration into the responses of new opportunities and new coping mechanisms. So as coordinators of the National Statistical System and as main producers of official statistics, in fact, we have to cope with the environment we function in and the institutional capacities we dispose of. Could I please the organizers to move to the second slide? And the next one. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to tell you about the data collaborative platform, which has been initiated by UNDP Moldova, representing a network of partners and agencies to collaborate, interact, and support the implementation of different experiments through which new services and new evidences are generated. So our data collaboratives, in fact, have a few objectives. They make sense of the complex development challenges. They harness data reuse of statistical and non-statistical data. They capture patterns and develop scenarios for future development. And of course, they experiment, test new solutions, and evaluate the impact of these solutions. And of course, the last objective would be to build the capacities also of the NSI to generate new statistical intelligence based on traditional and non-traditional partnerships. So we had, in fact, so far 2 data collaboratives. The first one being concentrated and focused on ensuring best coverage of the next population and housing census. It has been implemented in collaboration with the resident coordinator, UN Resident Coordinator Office and UNDP, and also financed by the UNICEF from the regular program of technical cooperation. And the second data collaborative in fact, was aimed at providing insights into recent population and mobility trends. And this collaborative has been implemented also by UNDP Moldova in cooperation with ESA, European Special Agency, Mayoralty of Chișinău, capital city of Moldova, being the final beneficiary of this data collaborative, Orange Mobile Network Operator, and the role of our official, of our Bureau of Statistics was to share historical data for the last 2 censuses and the current population statistics. Next slide, please. On data collaborative number 1, in fact, we had 3 sets of input data being used. As I said, the 2014 census data for municipality of Chișinău, electricity consumption data from the main electricity provider being called Premier Energy, and of course, geocoding tools. So the purpose of putting all these data together and analyzing them was in fact to check, understand, validate how private data could be used for the preparation of the next population census being planned in 2024, and to check some hypotheses related to these data. So the respective hypotheses, you can see them on the slide briefly. Next slide, please. During this collaborative, we have passed through 3 phases: geocoding, data integration, and data processing and analysis. So geocoding, next slide, please. Geocoding related to application of an algorithm to electricity data through which each electric metric received the coordinates of address location. Would you please move the slides? Next slide. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Each point on the map during the geocoding, in fact, contained information about electricity consumption. The second stage, including the integration of data from electricity provider and from the census, has been carried out at the micro level based on record linkage of individual level records from census and electricity data. And in fact, data analysis included the de facto performing of the population estimates using average per capita electricity consumption and comparing these results with the results of the 2014 census. Next slide. For the data analysis phases, we had some actions being undertaken. In particular, we have divided the territory of the municipality Chișinău into equal hexagons for comparability purpose. We have used 2 sources for getting the value of average per capita electricity consumption, and we have used these averages on estimation of the population regarding this consumption average. And in the result for the analysis, in fact, beside the data tables, we have generated maps containing those results. In fact, we have obtained Some hexagons being marked in blue on the image you can see, which are representing those enumeration areas in which NBS, National Bureau of Statistics, has collected more data or covered more people and more dwellings than the electricity provider has in its data bank. And also the red hexagons would represent the problematic areas where, in fact, we had a lower coverage by the census. Next slide. In fact, the data analysis concluded with the showcasing of the differences between the NBS census data and the Premier Energy data by addresses. And on the slide, you can see the examples of practical conclusions we have got. In particular, we have obtained areas on the left center, for example, which with fewer people being estimated based on the Premier Energy electricity data than in the census. In this, in the case of such areas, in fact, our conclusion would be that the census has the overcoverage. Nevertheless, we have to take into consideration the limitation of the data units we have used, and also we had the situations when a meter was in fact located in and was valid for several dwellings. So we have to take these limitations into consideration, as our previous speaker has told. Next slide, please. The second data collaborative, I would like to say just a few words about it. It was another experimental activity about which I can say that it was the first urban data collaborative platform dedicated to capital city, through which new services and evidences were generated in order to be used by the mayoralty for their development issues. And it included 3 services within which a big number and a big diversity of data sets. You can see them on the right slide, on the right side of the slide. They were linked, used, overlapped, and in particular, they have used census data for 2004, 2014, and population data for 2018. In the result, these data services have developed new evidences, and these evidences can be used for different analysis on diverse topics, on mobility and network analysis, connectivity between bus stops and residential areas, urban transport demand, distances to different specific hotspots. And all these analyses, in fact, will be used by the municipality in order to develop their mobility action plan. But also, if being expanded, such experiments, they have the potential to become reliable data sources for producing the missing SDG indicators, for example, indicators for the SDG 11 on urban development. Next slide, please. In the conclusion, I would like to say that, of course, we have lessons being learned. And from this perspective, it is for us to take into consideration and to have a bigger attention to the standardization and accuracy of addresses to be used for the enumeration areas in the next census. Also, we working with the data from private data sources, we have to consider methodological limitations. And in our case, for example, we were operating with different units, dwelling versus electric meters, and we have to take this limitation into consideration. So another lesson learned would be that the more granular the data from the private sources are, the more easier is the analysis of the statisticians, because in this case you have more evidences to draw your conclusions. And of course, the way forward to these kind of experiments would be to expand these type of data collaboratives and involve more partners to explore and identify new data sources. And of course, identifying those data sources, we could draw new project ideas and develop different experiments, and the successful one to be able to be expanded and be used finally for the statistical purpose. And of course, we need for these new partnerships, but the most important is, as our previous speakers have told, we need to work with the capacity building for our statisticians. capacities as it regards the knowledge of people and also capabilities, technical and technological. And my main conclusion for all these presentation would be that in the collaboration with the private sector, there is a huge potential of opportunities to be used for the purpose of official statistics. But still, the official statistics has to do a lot to become an eligible, capable, credible, and convincing equal partner in such coping mechanisms as data collaboratives with the private sector. That was all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Madam Spataro. That was a very rich presentation. Thank you. Even some basic contacts, even initial attempts to tap new data sources and attempts to summarize and unify data result in better and deeper conclusions that policy decisions could be based on. You know, these are tremendous changes that may impact the life of ordinary citizens and the quality of governance. I think, among other things, we should look at how data is processed. And perhaps to do this, I could call upon the best expert in using AI and data collected for the procession by AI. And I want to invite Mikhail. What's your take on this? Sure. How public and private sectors could collaborate?
It's Sber rather than Sberbank. We have changed the name of the bank. Thank you for an opportunity to present. I come from a slightly different world. I live in the world of artificial intelligence. I would love to tell you about neural networks and deep learning and building lots of things that could conquer the world, or maybe not. But the subject that we have to discuss today is of great importance as well. So we need to remember the simple rule: garbage in, garbage out. The quality of analysis cannot be any better than the quality of inputs. Before we talk about collaboration between private and public data sources, we need to realize why we need this data. It's an odd question, but before I tell anyone we need data, let's buy data from private providers, we first need to find an answer to the question why we need it. I have my answer to this question. A short time ago, from standpoint of statistics rather than AI. Next slide. Where was I? There's one answer that may entertain you. In God we trust, all others bring us data. We have to have data. Without it, there is nothing you can test, nothing you can verify, nothing you can be confident in. In the past, we collected data to get stats. We processed statistical reports that we needed to make decisions. Then the world changed. It happened in the next slide of mine. Now, data is a way to make people's lives better. And governments do it more than anyone. Personalized healthcare, personalized education, that is what a person gets in exchange for personal data. This opens opportunities to diagnose cancer at an early phase, which probably makes it a very fair price for personal data. I compared not such remote past to near future. And that brings me back to the simple question, why we need statistics, why we need to collect data, why we did that in the past. Does anyone want to answer this question? Well, I don't see a lot of enthusiasm in the room. To make decisions, to make people's lives better. In the past, it was done by people that looked at numbers. Today, machines are crunching the numbers. Next chart. This is not any kind of contradiction. Today's statistician is a data scientist. Data science is a toolkit that helps a statistician. So when one collects data at the level of public authorities and at the level of corporations, this is a good thing if we want to make it to the future where you get the kind of education that you are looking for, where you get the proper health care, the future where you don't have to live with one profession that you got from your university that you can not change. Next slide, please. Don't be shy, just put the next slide on. The challenge, though, is always there. We have lots of data sources and data producers fall into several categories. Sber is a digital ecosystem. We do not refer to ourselves as a bank any longer. To collect good quality data, to get a digital twin of a person, we need to buy tons of data from different sources. And it's not an easy job. Next slide. Let's try to see how we can collect all the data we need to save the world and to save every individual. I understand that interactive doesn't work, so there are several options. One simple option is to buy. We can do that even at the government level. When I worked in a different organization, I used to buy data for different models and understand how it works. One can make a digital twin of a person, but it would be very expensive. We would have to shop for data in different sources, at banks, at mobile service providers, and many other locations. It may be new for you, but trading data is what very many people do. There is a big market, and it's an official, it's a formal market. The data is impersonalized, and they won't know about you specifically. However, you could still get a lot of useful information. It is expensive. And we try to do public good. So maybe shopping for data is not what we want to do. So we should consider option 2. We could steal data. Do it in a legal way. We could see that in China. When they created a public data silo, organizations had to store data in a specified format in a designated data lake so that they could create digital health twins for their citizens. This was not a one-way street, and those laws may not be very popular. The laws that require organizations to submit their data to public authorities. Usually one would expect something in exchange. It could be a data marketplace. If there's a system with lots of data, this data could be available to different organizations. Even data providers can benefit from it. This is not a bad option, although it takes quite a bit of legal work. Machine learning, AI, big data, those kinds of things, they are like blockchain or like driverless vehicles. They are not regulated by the law. At Sber AI, we work very hard. We're not alone. We work with other participants of AI Alliance that we have in our country. We try to create standards in work with data. We try to create laws or draft laws for this. Before we go to the next slide, I want to say that what I'm going to share with you next is my personal opinion, which does not have to be the opinion of Sber. If I personally were to get data from public authorities, I would probably entertain the idea of getting data from citizens directly. Why do we need a middleman? Why do we need to pass data through some digital ecosystem? Why do we need to go through a retail chain? If a person, every individual person, can be a source of data that he or she can sell. There are many new professions in today's world, and people often ask me, they tell me that there's a lot of automation through introduction of AI. What happens to traditional plants and manufacturing companies? People are going to get unemployed. Of course, certain professions are going to disappear. That has been happening all along. Maybe one can sell his digital employment information, and that could be a way of earning a living. Selling one's digital track is an interesting concept. This is something that has been tested in different parts of the world. When you do not sell to a corporation but sell to the government, this is a way to assure universal basic income. This is something that they play with in Northern Europe and in other countries. A person would be in a win-win situation. That takes me back to the beginning of my presentation, when I was saying that the data is needed for a purpose, not for the government to control you completely, but to create an environment that would give people all kinds of benefits, where people would be more comfortable They will get better healthcare, better transport, better everything. This is achievable through data. That essentially is all I wanted to share with you today. Thank you. Thank you, Mikhail. Well, one should realize that we are at Rosstat, so we believe that the government is good guys. And the idea that one can sell his personal digital footprint, well, it's an interesting idea. Maybe it could become a reality, although we don't know whether it is going to happen tomorrow or the day after tomorrow or in 20 or 50 years. We need to move on and talk about data aggregation and geodata. Geodata becomes an important part of the story. And now I want to invite Sergei Alyatyan to take the floor and make his presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mr. Malkov. Thank you for inviting me to such an interesting conference. I am going to introduce myself and tell you about my project. I have a small team of 20 people, and we have worked for about 8 years. We are using data from mobile service providers for management purposes. Fortunately or unfortunately, this is a new business, and there are no universities that have programs to train students to use data in different formats. They don't train people to use data to make better decisions in various situations. So we have to learn on our own. We dive into the life and operations of different departments, transport or anything else, and we see how they use statistical data about population to improve the quality of service and to improve the life quality for the people. Many people, including Mr. Diamond, said today that the task of the government, of any city government, is to improve the quality of living. They have to understand the population density. They have to understand all dynamics. Without that, they cannot do any kind of process control. Today, digital technologies open up great opportunities to monitor the execution process. In any process, there are three phases: design, implementation, and result monitoring. I can give you an example. In any city, there is an urban development plan that covers a lot of things: transportation, construction, and they have different KPIs. One of them is what they build in the city. Usually they would have a set of like 200 KPIs. Some of them, direct or indirect, about 60% of indicators rely on data collected from the population. Digital data sources like data provided by mobile service providers is a great source that helps to verify certain decisions and plans in the field of transportation or planning of recreation facilities. I can give you a couple of examples of projects that we were involved in. We worked quite a lot with the government of Moscow. We also had regional projects and international projects. Just a few examples. We were invited to Luxembourg. They have 250,000 residents, plus there are 300,000 people coming to work in Luxembourg from other countries, and that creates terrible congestion. At a good time, people can drive to schools and kindergartens in 10 minutes. During the rush hours, that time grows to an hour or 90 minutes. At the time of the pandemic, certain solutions have been postponed, but the experience is still very interesting and exciting. They want to do a full transformation of public transportation. To do that, they need to understand all relations between home and work. Mobile service providers are a unique source of knowledge. What's important is that both in Europe and in Russia, mobile service providers are willing to cooperate. They will give you the data. And that brings up another aspect that also has been touched on earlier. There's official statistics and collaboration with business community. Let us talk about statistics for a minute. And here I am going to refer to what my colleagues said about statistical or personal data. We use statistical data. We are not using private data. Aggregated statistical data allows us to not intervene into people's private lives. And on the other hand, public authorities can get the information from digital sources, which is otherwise hard to get. It would be difficult to obtain that information through surveys or other methods. But there is a different side to it. When we deal with personal, private data, it's easier to process them compared to statistical data. For statistics to convert into meaningful information, one has to have a methodology, and that methodology does not have to come from the top of our heads. It has to be in line with the general information system. So there was a question how Rosstat and business community can help each other. I can tell you that we did projects in Moscow, a lot of projects in other cities and in other countries. Data catalogs are the same everywhere, believe it or not. And I think that this has been achieved through the work of statistical offices, through the training that has been done, through the understanding of notions like population density, correspondence, working age population, and this thing and the other. Of course, there are unique parameters in different places. The city of two men. In Moscow, 80% of the people are very disciplined. People would wake up and go to work, and in the evening they would go home. In two men, people are also disciplined. However, they have two shifts. And working age population means a different thing. 40% of the people work during the daytime, 40% work at night. So working population may mean a different thing in different parts of the country. But then again, there are certain definitions for working population, for tourists. In Russia, there are 7 definitions for tourists. They are official definitions. And we need to take every definition and build a chain to the digital source. Now, let's talk about the digital data sources. Again, I'm talking about my personal opinion. In public organizations and agencies like Rosstat, to make a team that would study each source of digital data would be a very hard thing to do. We work a lot. We do a lot of business with mobile service providers. Statistics become valuable when they provide the same result over a period of time. Any digital data source over a period of time would give you errors. Sometimes they have power outage, sometimes they change a team, and that impacts the data that you receive from that source. you need to understand whether that is a change in business, whether that is a real change or it's a technical breakdown. We have to create a large setup to really understand what is going on. The study of that type takes time, and it's a lengthy process. One cannot use data from a digital source without understanding the way the data is going to be used and what data format will be used. From our experience, we don't see population data used anywhere. Usually that data comes along with something else. I can give you an example. Today, somebody referred to kindergartens. This data looks entirely different if kindergarten data would merge with the data on the local residents. Then you would know that in kindergarten X you have 10 vacancies, and if they build another block in the area, that number of children that a kindergarten would be able to support will not be sufficient. So data needs to be compared to other data. I'm driving at the following idea. People have to understand digital sources. That's one thing. We said that employees in statistical organizations have to have certain skill sets. They have to be mathematicians. They have to be programmers. Well, at some level, they need to be able to download data. They have to learn. They have to know how to write code. They have to be able to explain what they're doing, and they have to write an explanation of what they have done. When you have an employee like that, he or she becomes a very valuable asset, and banks will recruit such people gladly. It is difficult to train such employees. You train them, you give them knowledge, and then they would leave you, and you are going to have a gap in the skills that you need. What kind of collaboration we need? I will tell you, we spend a lot of time proving the quality level of our data to our customers. When we have an experienced customer, then it's easy. We quickly agree on the method of proving the data quality, and the customer would either accept or make certain adjustments to our methodology. Usually we would bring in a third party that would verify the adequacy of our procedures, and that would endorse the level of quality of data. In other words, they would say that this data is good enough to be used by public agencies. I think this collaboration is important. Statistical bureaus and offices in different parts of the world do a very important job in pretty much all countries. They understand general trends in the population patterns and in different industries. The methodologies should be developed together, and Rosstat should have the ability to impose standards that should be used at the market, standards and standard methodologies. Another part of the deal is data validation and permission to use valid data in government agencies. That would expand the use of data by different departments and agencies. I was asked to give a few examples, and I can give you one bright example. The Department of Construction in Moscow. Well, you have 1 minute to finish that. Well, the Department of Construction would usually do up to 1,500 new projects, planning new developments, shopping centers, buildings, and they're saying the other, and they would have to take into account the population density, number of jobs, and many other parameters. Just imagine the volume of data. That's just one department and one case. Altogether, they have 18 departments, and for all of them, we have developed more than 100 business processes. That's essentially it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This triggers an idea that our work has to become lean. Let us move on. And it would go amiss unless we were to invite colleagues to share the best of international expertise with us. Let us start with the head of the European Business Association in Russia, Mr. Schilling. What do you think about possible cooperation between the government and the public sector? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is a most exciting topic for us and for me as a representative of the European Business Association. Experts talk about this topic. Ours is a slightly different area. Data science, statistics. Look, we touched upon many different aspects of those concepts in the course of our discussion. We talked about methodology, we talked about technology and use of new technologies. We discussed some legal issues, we talked about the cost of access, we talked about data regulation. You know, one thing appears obvious, maybe so obvious that we fail to talk about it, and that is the fact that data is a political phenomenon. That is why our association brings together corporations from over 50 countries. We represent the interests in Russia. This is the aspect we pursue. Let me talk about our perspective with respect to today's topic. First, our association, to some extent, is also a data producer, at least data aggregator, as modest as it may be. We have over 500 companies who are our members, and they participate in industry committees, they collect sales statistics, they collect statistics on usage of various products. The most well-known type we cover is automotive industry. This is where we get data almost in real time. We know what are the trends in terms of new car sales. While this may appear a niche kind of data, however, given that almost one-half of media publications dealing with our association have to do with this industry, well, This is a highly relevant area. This is an indicator of the overall economic performance and economic situation. Manufacturers use the data, other stakeholders of this ecosystem use this data, and the government uses this data too. The government needs to know what kind of public support should be put in place and how effective such public support programs have been. And as you would imagine, during this COVID situation, this source was invaluable for decision-making purposes. Now, we collect same kind of statistics for other industries, other sectors, say construction machinery, commercial transportation, seeds, pesticides. Now, I'm switching to a new mic. Okay. Oh, look, Tajo is fluent in Russian. He's much better. His Russian is much better than we had expected. You know, it seems like it would be easier for us to translate into English. Well, look, I can do it in English too. I can switch to English if you prefer so. Or German for that matter. Okay. We operate in this political environment. We represent our companies and their interests. This is needed in order to structure access to such data correctly, so that businesses and economic agents could provide relevant data. This is also important to regulate data ownership. I can give you some examples. We all know that a car today, just like many other products, is not so much a physical object. This is an outcome of data generation. Now, who generates the data? Who uses the data? And who finally owns the data, or at least who has access to such data? This is now important. Now, I should emphasize that one important factor here, in terms of innovations, in terms of promoting this concept, is that data allows you to gain some edge, competitive edge. Look, you have an innovation, and this innovation makes your car more economical. This allows to make a safer car, so this immediately gives you an edge. So regulating this issue is crucial in terms of enhancing innovative capacity of a given industry. Now, I want to refer to the presentation done by Mikhail, the first speaker. You suggested that there are different options for cooperation between the public and the private sector, and sales is selling information is the easiest way. Well, this is something which is involuntary, but there is another approach which mandates businesses to provide information. You must provide data, period. If this route is taken, it is fraught with many implications and consequences. Look, if a company is in opposition to get an edge through using its innovations through doing R&D, well, companies would not find it interesting. The marginal utility would go down. And therefore, in the end, this will have some negative repercussions for consumers. Less innovations, the cars not as economical, not as safe as they might have been, because it was not interesting for businesses. So we are for a balanced approach here. Now, if access to data is provided not only to data producers, well, immediately cyber risks would increase. Now, another driver for data generation is as follows. In some industries, new labeling requirements were introduced, and this opens up new business opportunities. Why? Well, because pharmaceutical companies who joined the system, if they know more about the final user, if they know where the data ends up with, they will be able to better target their stocks. They will be able to better manage their stocks. They will know better which medications should be withdrawn from the markets because of the shelf life expiration, and they would be in a better position to locate possible challenges and issues. So we suggest that some exclusive nature of the data should be preserved, not to interfere with innovative process, but also we support more cooperation on this data, because this allows to provide better services and create better products by private companies. Well, obviously, this is a more political statement. Look, I'm no data scientist, yet I hope I did manage to contribute to today's discussion and look at the topic from a new angle, so to speak. Thank you very much, Tadzio. Yes, it is of importance. Very often we see that businesses have their own view of how to collect data, how to use data, and why do all this. In fact, partially our today's situation is due to the fact that we, the public and the private sector, approached the matter differently. We had different expectations. We used different routes. So I think it would be interesting to finish off this topic with the next presentation. I want to invite our next distinguished panelist, Mr. Vail, as representatives of the UNECE. What is your attitude to this? What do you think about it? How can we strike this balance here between private versus public when interacting on data? Thank you.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting towards the end of a very long, very busy day. I don't know if you are like me, but my brain is getting full of good ideas and all of the things that I've heard today. So I'm going to try to make it a little bit easier for anybody else who is struggling. The title of my presentation is Public and Private Data Producers. Can we help each other? Well, let me spoil the ending. The answer is yes. So now you have the main message from my presentation. You can go to sleep for 5 minutes if you want while I give the rest of my talk. Let me start with a little bit of background. Do you know where and when the international statistical community started to talk about big data and how we could use it for official statistics, and how we could collaborate with the private sector data producers? Well, the answer to that one is 9 years ago, here in Russia. We had a high-level seminar on modernizing official statistics in St. Petersburg. Around 40 heads of national statistical organizations and international organizations and various other colleagues. And there, for the first time, the question was asked, what is this thing called big data, and what does it mean for official statistics? And that really changed thinking in official statistics. And we can see today how far thinking has moved in 9 years. And we can only guess how much further it's going to move in the coming years. So now my presentation is going to look a little bit at strengths and weaknesses of public and private producers to see how well they can fit together. So next slide, please. Следующая slide, пожалуйста. Thank you. So, strengths of public producers. Well, we have a lot of international standards. For over 50 years now, we've been working together as a community to develop international statistical standards. I mention here perhaps the biggest of all of them, the fundamental principles of official statistics, adopted unanimously by all of the countries of the United Nations. And linked to that, we have still ongoing work to define core values of official statistics and the role of official statistics in the new data ecosystem, all informed by these fundamental principles. And that links to the second point about a strong international community. This is something that we have in the public sector in official statistics. We're a network of about 200 national statistical offices, 40 or 50 international organizations. And we're not competitors. We're working together. And that became very clear at the start of the COVID pandemic, when colleagues in various countries around the world were struggling to try to collect the information that was needed to manage the pandemic. And immediately, the community started communicating online, electronic forums, chats, webinars, sharing ideas, sharing experiences. And in that way, we were able to help each other to adapt quickly. We also generally have a legal mandate. So we have legislation in each country defining official statistics and giving the mandate to collect the information. And linked to that, we have, to some degree, public awareness and positive perception. Now, this varies naturally from country to country, but it's also, in many countries, it's a strong asset of public producers. Next slide, please. But in many countries, the public see us as inflexible, maybe a bit bureaucratic, a little bit out of touch perhaps sometimes. We're seen as having quite often good accuracy, but poor timeliness. In many cases, population census data are not released for over a year after they're collected, and in that time a lot can happen. In some countries, the public sector are seen as too close to politicians. We're linked to government in many people's minds. Now, often this is more of a perception than reality, because we've made a lot of progress towards establishing and really demonstrating the independence of official statistics around the world, but we still have to change perceptions. And another big weakness is that we don't always attract the best analysts, often for the very simple reason that we can't afford to pay them. In many countries, the salary of the best data scientists is maybe 5-6 times higher in the private sector than it would be in the public sector. And that's a big challenge for us. Next, please. Now, on the other hand, the private producers have a lot of flexibility and agility. They're driven by the market. They don't have a long history. They don't have to maintain long time series. They just have to meet what the customers are asking. And in that way, they can often produce fairly timely responses to new demands. They have good marketing skills. They have to have, because they're in business. They're in the private sector. Their survival depends on being able to market what they do. If they have customers, they can pay for data access. They can pay for the best experts. They can pay market rates for data scientists. Next, please. But they often have limited access to comprehensive official data sources. For example, many private sector businesses don't have access to individual tax data. And that is, in many cases, many people will agree, is the correct position. There's also, shall we say, variable quality. Quality can sometimes be driven by the customers, and there are no or perhaps very few standards. Private sector has to follow the money, again, for survival. So they only tend to do what they think customers will pay for. Next, please. So I think you can see from those slides of the strengths and weaknesses that actually public and private sector data producers seem to be quite a good fit. They seem to be quite complementary. So the public producers can help to provide maybe some sort of quality stamp based on the international standards, and they can contribute their long experience of producing statistics. Private producers can often contribute knowledge and skills in new and emerging areas, skills in new techniques, and particularly areas like data science. Next, please. So, we have a number of areas that look very promising for partnerships between the public and private sector. For the first point, I'll pick up on something mentioned by Dario Buono earlier, the idea of experimental statistics. Now, these are not official statistics. They're not the same quality. These are, as the name suggests, experiments, they're tests, they're really people seeing what might be possible and putting them out there to see what the users think of them. And several national statistical organizations are starting to look at this idea of producing experimental statistics as a sort of secondary product. And here, there's a lot of scope for working with the private sector, with new ideas and new technologies. So those new methods, new technologies, new ideas, again, a good area for working together. Also, perhaps, detailed analysis on very specific areas. Research access to statistical microdata has become more and more common across many countries. And here we start to see private sector and researchers finding things buried very deep in the detail of statistical data that national statistical offices don't have the resources, sometimes don't have the skills to be able to find. Skills transfer, I think, is a good way as well of working together. In official statistics, we have standards, we have classifications, we have definitions that are internationally approved. We have long-standing notions of quality. We've done a lot of work on the dimensions of quality and how they fit together. The private sector have skills in new techniques, in managing large data sets, in new ways of analysis, in data integration between different fields, for example, statistical and geospatial information. And finally, an interesting area for partnership has arisen in the last 18 months, response to a crisis. Countries all around the world were suddenly plunged into this crisis of COVID-19. And in many countries, people came together. They came together to work together for the good of the country, to try to help in this crisis situation. And we found new partnerships between public and private sector. And that, I think, gives a strong impetus to develop further those ideas, those relationships for the future. But I just want to close by saying, really, it's not just about public and private producers of official statistics. Really, it's all about the wider data community and about developing strategic partnerships across that community. And here I'm talking about academics, researchers, holders of administrative data, producers, holders of geospatial data, and all sorts of other information sources. And really, I think picking up on something that George Thiel, the head of the German Statistical Office, said earlier. He was talking about the future of official statistics being a mixture of statistical data, administrative data, geospatial, private, big data, etc. So really the future of official statistics is about no one source. None of those sources by themselves are going to provide the answer, but together, combined, they start to provide the answer between them. And to use those different sources, it's logical that we have to partner between the data owners and the data experts of all of those data sources. So all of those with relevant skills in the private sector, in the public sector, and in all other parts of the data ecosystem. So I think there are huge scopes for partnerships, and let's come together maybe in another 9-10 years and see how far this conversation has moved. Thank you.
Stephen, thank you very much indeed. I think I should stress that today we mostly talked about statistical data having evolved tremendously over the past several years. We see new data sources, we see new data collection tools, and the rules of the game that have been out there for ages are changing. So no longer we see public monopoly in data, we see many new players coming to the fore. We also mentioned that there are different approaches that have to be harmonized, have to be brought together so that the different approaches should not collide, but rather mutually reinforce each other. Something that would help all the stakeholders. I mean, private data would enhance public data and vice versa. And in the end, this would make our world better. And ultimately, this is why we're here. At a certain point, Gartner, in one of the reports, stated that you live in a day when technologies would evolve slower than in any other day of your life. So the point in which we're now is when we have to draw some important conclusions. And my conclusion is as follows. Colleagues, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for contributing to this discussion. And the only question I'd like to ask is to Igor. Igor, how come you never followed the timing strictly enough? Well, look, colleagues, the topics that you discussed will make lives of all of us better, including my own life. Well, colleagues, thank you very much. I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank the moderator, Dmitry Politov, Executive Director of Rosstat. Friends, the International Conference Road to Bern is coming to its end, and it's time to do the wrap-up. And I'd like to invite George Simon Ulrich, General Director of the Federal Statistical Bureau of Switzerland. Mr. Ulrich, please join us.
Thank you. Thank you that you were here for a whole day and that we had the possibility to talk about data, statistics, and what we can provide for this world. Thank you, Rosstat. Thank you, Pavel Malkov, the UNEC, the World Bank, all the speakers, and specifically all the people who are here today, and those who had the ability to be here in physical, and all these people listening and looking at home through the possibility of a hybrid form having something like this. So the thanks is really on your side. And now, the end of this today, we have to have a question that takes us when we go home. And the question is, what do you want that someone else is telling about you in 5 years? And we had a good discussion about so many different things. And now what we are going to do. This is the question. What we want that someone else is saying, the statistical community helped me that, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is what we should think about with all the ideas we have talked about today. I mean, it was very inspiring, all the different angles, the different views, the different discussions. And this inspiring thing we have to take with us to answer the question, what others are going to tell about us 5 years. And it's also the question of what's in for me. Everybody is asking this question. And we should have answer for that. Actually, we have everything. We know it. The day today has shown that we know it. We can trust ourselves, and this trust we can take and try to multiply to others that they also trust us. You know, in the past, I sometimes had the feeling that official statistics, the value was that people taking our results. They want to know what's the news. And the value news was the news, the result. But actually, something has changed. It started that people are interested in what exactly we do and why we do it the way we do it. And this is also a news value. And we have to go out and tell people what value we have, the knowledge we have, and it's just started. We have to go out of our own community and show the people what we can do, what's in for them. And also tell them why we're doing how we're doing it. It's also a kind of an ethical question. You may remember how difficult it was when statistics has to fight for their code of practice, their ethical rules. We had a specific reason why we did that. It was that we have reliable information about the country so that we can learn about something about ourselves, but also can compare it with other countries through time and also geographical areas. It's not only the clicks the media need for the people looking their news, it's also to understand why we're doing it, how we do it. So we have the knowledge we have gained today, we have to go outside, and we have to go there where the music is playing, I would say. So we have also to invest in data literacy and communication, that people understand what we do. We need to know how the business of this influence is, without being too political. Because at the end of the day, we want to empower and enable the people who want to learn with us. And we know how to learn. So we have to tell them, and we have to give them the possibility that they can empower and enable themselves. And that's an incredibly important role that we can play. So it's the way going together. And we also know that we cannot answer all questions. I mean, there are some developments we can even imagine what will be in the future. But it's important that we have our values to tell people how they can go this way together with us. And sometimes maybe we have also to adjust the one or the other thing on that way. It is possible that we also make mistakes. This is sometimes difficult because we say the trust in official statistics is that we are making no mistakes. But it's not possible to make no mistakes. So we also have to learn to deal with mistakes, and we have to be capable of communicating that.
Надо просто исправлять ошибки и доносить информацию об этом до всех. Все больше и больше мы выполняем свою роль в экосистеме данных. Мы являемся частью этой экосистемы. Мы привносим свой потенциал и дальше занимаемся его коллективным развитием. Я надеюсь, что мы и продолжим двигаться в эту сторону. Я надеюсь, что через 5 лет кто-то скажет: послушайте, статистики очень помогли нам в создании экосистемы данных, а в результате наш мир стал лучше. Теперь мы лучше понимаем, что мы делаем, куда мы идем, а кто мы такие. Это важно для планирования, это важно для того, чтобы понять, в каком направлении идет движение. Далее, Всемирный форум ООН по данным — это следующая точка отправления, куда-то мы пойдем дальше. И поэтому форум ООН дает возможность, дает... Mr. Ulrich, thank you very much. And now at the end, I want to pass the floor to the head of Rosstat, Mr. Malkov. Over to you. Dear friends, colleagues, our forum comes to an end, but not our cooperation, not our friendship. We have given stronger impetus to this collaboration, and I want to say thank you to all participants, organizers, moderators, our MC, Mr. Poletayev. We had about 2,000 people that joined us online. There was a large number of viewers. They were interested, they talked about it. Thank you to all those who made contributions to this. I think it was very enriching, very useful. Now we have a lot of food for thought based on our discussions, and probably we'll be making changes in our lives, in our work. We will find new approaches. Ahead of us is still a reception during which we will be able to talk offline. We also prepared a tour for those who want to join us. Those who could not make it to our offices should know that you're always welcome here at Rosstat. We have made a stop on the road to Bern. This was station Rosstat, Moscow. Now it's time to move on. Thank you. Bon voyage. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, our international conference, Road to Bern, is coming to an end. I want to say thank you to all participants, dear friends. On the road to Bern, we should have the best of luck. Thank you very much, and see you again. Let me once again say that all participants are invited to the hallway in the coffee break area. We are going to have a reception. Thank you.